I'd like to call this meeting to order. Would everybody please rise and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance?
Looks like we could sell tickets.
Welcome to tonight's Planning Board. Please be aware that the fire exit is located in the left-hand side of the room. In the event that there is an emergency, please move in a calm and orderly fashion down the stairs and do not use the elevator. The meeting is recorded by the Secretary for purposes of recorded record minutes, so please identify yourself each time you come to the podium to speak in the microphone. The board will follow the items in the order that they appear on the agenda, and there are agendas on the side of the room if you don't happen to have one. After the case has been called, the applicant and or their representative shall come to the podium, identify themselves, give their address, and then present their case. The planning board members will then have an opportunity to question the applicant. If this is a case of a public hearing, we will open for public input at each time. At that time, anyone wishing to speak to the board regarding this application will come to the podium, identify themselves along with their address, and direct any questions to the board. Once all public input has been completed, the applicant or site representative will be given an opportunity to respond to any public input. Once all public input has been completed and all questions have been satisfied, the case will be closed to public input and the board will move on to a decision. And once that happens, there'll be no further public input at that point. With that said, I'd like to go ahead and call the first case.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is case number PB 1707-1. Upon the matter of request by I-Square LLC for revised site plan approval to modify an existing site plan to provide additional parking and modify proposed build-out on premises 400 and 401 Bakers Park and 633 and 667 Titus Avenue in a mixed-use commercial district.
Good evening, Board. Mike Nolan, 350 Kings Highway North. Tonight I'm here representing I-Square with offices at 400 Bakers Park. We are requesting modifications to our site plan that was originally approved in 2014. Getting your approval tonight is critical for us as we hope to do most of this work during this construction season while we have the necessary contractors and equipment on site. Although these changes were not part of our original vision, it reflects the reality in maintaining a successful growing development. Just this past week, Wednesday, about 10 after 12, just entering into our lunch hour, Leslie and I took note we were completely sold out of parking. We had 2 parking spots available throughout our entire site, and it was still early into the lunch hour. Just validates what we've seen happen over and over. Usually it's later in the evening when this happens, but occasionally midday. It happened again on Saturday. It creates a restriction that is difficult for us to deal with. But the market at I-Square is currently operating about 70% of its expected volume. We're still growing. We see more growth coming from that building 1. And I'm thankful that I'm standing here tonight requesting these changes based on a growing need. A prosperous development leads to a successful neighborhood and leads to a successful town. We are completing the construction of the Imaginarium, which we expect to draw people from well outside of Irondequoit and outside of Monroe County. Be a very unique building and quite a draw for Irondequoit. The troubling fact is we don't really have the parking to support it as we open the doors to another building that will put additional parking demand on our site. Knowing that we're already running near capacity is kind of troubling, especially as we have further building and development that was in our original plan. Our next building at Titus, where the plaza currently sits, construction would begin in 2020. Therefore, we do not have any construction activities planned during the years of 2018 and 2019. So an answer and a response is paramount tonight for us so that we can direct and hopefully clean up the front end of the site before all that time passes. The new plan provides 62 additional parking spots, bringing us to a total of 205. These parking spots will support the existing businesses, the stage, and everything else within the I-Square development. The new plan would not include 3 of the original planned buildings that we certainly could not build with the parking arrangement we have. We don't have enough to support them. The new plan also includes a pavilion, a permanent structure in front of the stage in the same position we've placed a tent the last couple of years. The parking and adjacent landscaping will be consistent with as it is throughout the remainder of our site. All our parking spots are screened through landscaping and bush and different grasses and plantings that are all selected from the New York State List and supported by the Cornell Cooperative Extension. The parking lots will be a combination of asphalt and more pervious concrete surfaces that will support our continued stormwater management systems. All the sidewalks that surround the parking areas will also be built of pervious sidewalk or of pervious material. Gaining your approval tonight, as I said, is critical, as most of the work during this construction season, while we have the necessary contractors working on site. We do not have any construction activity planned beyond this until 2020, following the 2019 demolition of the front plaza, and would not want to put these requested changes on hold and leave those areas unfinished until that time. If you have any questions, I'd be open to them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nolan. I'm going to go ahead and start with questions from the board with Mr. Huber.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a landscaping plan that you may have completed detailing the screening and what's proposed for the front area.
We do. We have a list of the planning. We'll bring a copy around to each of the board members. These show the existing gardening. We have a full-time horticulturist on site at I-Square that does all our maintenance, so these pictures are current. One of my own pet peeves is seeing people do beautiful landscaping and then let it deteriorate over time.
During the workshop, you also indicated that part of the need for this parking was because other folks in the area are using your parking. Will there be a shared parking agreement with those folks on file, or how will that be documented? That I know that you're counting that as part of your need for these parking spaces.
Right. It's not something that is documented. It's just a fact of life at I-Square. We have a lot of small businesses in there that are that do not have adequate parking of their own. One example would be the hair salon. Without trying to call out any particular businesses, we have a great relationship with them, as we do with most of the area businesses. They have 2 parking spots that they own. They have 8 chairs, 7 hairdressers that show up at work. So when they open, they have 7 vehicles, and the first 7 customers come in, they have 14 vehicles there. Very few people walk or bike to get their hair done.
Is there any opportunity for you to develop shared parking agreements on other lots or other sites so that as not to have to add all this additional parking on this particular area?
We've looked at the option. The option across Titus Avenue has been on the books since 1983 when the original area plan was drawn up. I am not interested in putting a burden on other properties. We look to build and take care of our own on our own site, and I don't think that would be a healthy business model for us to look to other areas to have to, and also to expect people to cross over Titus. There's no convenient way to cross over to the church side. There's no crosswalk on that side of the block.
I know that you're concerned about the additional buildings putting additional parking burdens on the site, right now. Is there any way to mitigate that concern by considering the uses of those buildings. For instance, a restaurant might use more parking in the evening hours, where I don't know, office like a realtor or a photographer or something like that might use more spaces during the day, and to offset the parking needs?
I think that will, and we still hope that is the case, because even with the 205 spots developing out as we have here, or as we have planned here, we're still going to be very limited in parking capacity as we continue to grow the development. So any additional space that isn't utilized as parking really is going to put a limitation on and a constraint on our businesses.
In looking over the MUC guidelines and the town master plan, it really wants the parking behind buildings. And I know that when you originally came, you talked about how you had really looked at those MUC guidelines and how you had looked at the master plan. So how do we make sure that the changes are still in chorus with the desires of the community in the master plan and the MUC guidelines?
Right. We studied it. We spent a lot of time with what they referred to back in the 80s as the Cooper Hudson Titus corridor area, planning and all that. And there was a lot on parking, and they really about that walkable, bikeable community and the model of that we want to grow. There's a lot of modeling, a lot of thoughts, a lot of things that lend to that, and we've employed a number of those practices. The reality is we're seeing 800 to 900 people visit the different I-Square businesses each day. No matter how many people, even with that being 50 or 60, upward toward 10% biking and walking traffic, which is phenomenal for a development, our demand is exceeding that.
I know that one of the things that they talk about in those plans is the parking screening. I see that the photos that you submitted. I'm wondering if you had considered some fencing or larger bushes or something along those lines to actually hide the parking. I really have concerns about parking being adjacent to Titus. I don't see how you can create the four corners, how you can create the Main Street appeal, how you can do that really without a walkable pedestrian environment with street of shops there. I see the landscaping as sort of a way to camouflage something that's not exactly what the idea was.
Okay, thank you.
Mary?
First of all, let me tell you, Mike, that it's starting to look a lot really nice over there, a lot better than it used to look, and I hope to see more beauty. As far as the parking locations that you've asked for, I don't have a problem with it. To me, when I go by a parking lot and I see a lot of cars, I'm going to go find out why. And I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Next. Michael.
No comment, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to go over to Mr. Evelyn.
So the plan, and I'm sorry, I wasn't involved, I think, the original time, when you first came in for the planning portion of this, the whole project. I love what you're doing here. It's a great thing. I know I eat at the market on occasion. I used to go for guitar lessons behind House of Guitars, and at that point in time, it was always kind of a weird neighborhood to go into as a kid. But now it's beautiful. You've done a really great job, and we really appreciate that. I think my main concern, I understand the need for parking. I understand, you have a site that is full. Is really Building 6. That one kind of pulled a lot of the east in. I know the master plan says we want parking behind buildings. I think that's true, but I don't mind this sort of open parking lot you have in the center. Building 6 was really something that I wanted to see, where Murph's is now, and kind of that sort of, I like that storefront there, and I think that would be an important addition. I think that's something that you're only getting a couple spots out of that. I know every spot seems to be very valuable, but that building there, the frontage on Titus Avenue was something that, that faces right at across the street. There's Titus Tavern. There's a couple businesses over there. That kind of really pushed that. You know, as Brad was saying, you know, Main Street, this is where people come. They can park their bikes and walk and hit a number of shops. So that's my big comment.
Yeah, the Building 6 was a tough one in the sense, of ones to eliminate. There has been, and somebody had suggested it, when we get to design that Building 5 to possibly L that just a little bit around the corner to create that maybe patio seating or something out that side or out that L. But until we get to the point of designing that building, we'll be back in front of you for approval for that anyway, but that's in probably 2019 planning. But thank you.
Mike, first of all, I love your project. I patronize it pretty regularly. Could you, for just a second, explain, when we were at the workshop, you kind of explained which parking lots maybe were going to be built out now versus later. Could you just explain that, go back through that real quick for some of the other members?
Certainly. If you're looking at the site plan with all the print right side up, the far upper left side is where Rondequoit Hots used to be located. That's one we're interested in doing right away this year. That can help us with primarily with the hair salon and that plaza parking for the shops up there. Most of those are parking over in the shared lot by House of Guitars. So that one we would be right away. The extension of the House of Guitars lot northward would also be right away. It's kind of an ugly spot within our development currently. And bringing that and getting the curbs reset and the mouth of the driveway opened up would be critical while we have the equipment doing the exact same thing behind the Imaginarium this year. The one that would not be in play at all this year is the extension of the parking lot up across where Murph's currently sits on the upper right of your drawing, as that waits for the demolition of the front plaza, which is sometime late summer of 2019. The pavilion, we'd like to get at least the concrete work and the pad set this year. I don't know that we'll get to the glass top. That took a long lead time. It was like a 12 to 14 week lead time for the cover for the stage, and we want to mimic that same cover. So I think we may get a little bit closer. Our construction season ends in like 90 days already. It moves fast in Rochester. So.
And then the lot that's adjacent to Building 2, that would be to the west of Building 2?
That would go with the construction of Building 2.
Okay, so
we don't really want to, I love that green spot over there, and Building 2 is not a guarantee that we'll build that building. We're leaving it in the site plan. It is high potential, but with building that parking lot without the building really wouldn't make sense for us. So no, that is not in the immediate plan either.
Okay. I think I echo some of Brad's and Mike's comments just in that I feel like if we're going to do all this parking up here and kind of change the feel of the Four Corners thing, that there needs to be a little more something screening. I know there was some good information that came through in some of the letters we received from HIP and Reconnect Rochester.
Okay, well, we will be back in front of you for signage permit, and probably on the landscaping side, because there'll be a ground-mounted sign up there. But we have not done the planning on it yet and don't have enough to give you a educated proposal on how that signage will sit up there. But I agree with the thought. I don't know if I completely agree with bringing things up really high. Beyond the like waist level seems to be comfortable because you keep that clear vision of the development and certainly of the stage and the lighting and the activity that's happening in the development. And I think as opposed to a Four Corners, I've changed my vision. Of course, we've been working on the planning side of this for almost a year now for this change. We really see this as a vision where you're looking into the tunnel of ice right back toward the stage and the pavilion with this garden thing in front. You'll look right over the cars in that parking lot. You already do. They're already there. Do you have the picture of the parking lot from Wednesday we could share? I'm going to share a picture with you. We took some snapshots when I said we just saw our parking lot was full. This is Wednesday at 10 after 12. And took these snapshots of from the roof of Building 1. But what you're going to see is that parking up on the Bay Goodman lot, if you will, or the center, the one we're kind of all talking about. That's already, the hair salon's employees are already parked across there on a daily basis. So it's not something entirely different, yet it will be a better looking parking lot than the stone and mixed pavement they're asked to park on today. But I really see that as being a beautiful vision into I Square as opposed to a four-corner kind of blocking you out of I Square. I think it's a different way of thinking, and honestly, I think this is going to be a better design than our original.
Okay, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Good evening. First, I want to mirror, a lot of the folks up here to the Nolans that this is a great project. I think I'm there at least 3 or 4 times a week. My wife makes me walk there every Saturday and Sunday to get breakfast. So I think it's a great project. So thank you for doing it. I do want to echo, the comments about Building 6. I do think down the road it does need to go a little farther out just to kind of, make it more I-square-ish, I guess you could say. The comment that I have is that one thing I've noticed when I'm forced to walk there is that when you cross over from Titus, the sidewalks that are there now have the trees or light posts right in the center. So if you're pushing a stroller, you can't go anywhere. You actually got to go into the actual lane.
I'm so glad you asked this.
Yes. So and with this added parking, which brings more cars, which are already there. My question is that are we going to put maybe some signage saying pedestrian traffic, and do we have to wait to 2019 to get sidewalks on both sides so we don't have to cross over the main intersection to have a straight through?
Right. Great question. I meant to put that in my original statement at the beginning to it, that addresses that. All the sidewalks, the lights appear to be in the middle because we've only paved 4 feet of the 12-foot width of the sidewalk. So just as they are in front of Building 1, there's a lot of land between that row of lights and trees in the building. So when we complete the Imaginarium, the thought is that one will then get, the sidewalk will be connected to the face of that building. And the front one, we have to leave a little bit of a gap off the existing where KJ's was, that corner there. We have to leave a little bit of a gap, but we want to widen that. It would be done at the same time as some of the other things we're doing this year, because we see that I didn't think it would last that long, or we would have put a temporary in at least on one side or the other of the road. But the west side of the road, the way we're speaking, will get completed 100%. The stage is not at full width either. If back by the stage the sidewalk narrows, that's not intentional. We'll fix that or finish that out to width. Now, knowing where we're going with our building plan, we're a lot more capable of putting the right connecting points in place.
Yeah, as long as you take care of that, because that's a really busy intersection, and then you're forcing folks to cross the street again. That's all.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Can I got one more question.
Go ahead.
I haven't seen a height. I don't know if you submitted a height for the pavilion.
I thought we had, it's like 14 feet tall. Okay. It's not, we want to keep it so you still see the stage and the light bar across the top of the stage, and the way that shows through. I know they did some conversation on 14 or 15 though.
Okay, and you said it was a glass top too as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually a plastic, but it's.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you're aware that the board has received 2 letters regarding this project and that you've seen them, one from Reconnect Rochester and one from Helping Irondequoit.
Yes, I've received, Michelle sent both of them over to me today.
And you've had a chance to read those?
I have.
Great. How many parking spots are you asking us to approve?
It's about 60 additional spots.
Total
Correct,
number?
Leslie? 205.
Because I have on my notes 240 from the workshop. Is that incorrect? Has that changed since the workshop?
That would be incorrect. We were including some of the House of Guitars own spots in that. They own part of the shared lot in the middle. So we had included some of those inaccurately.
And that was part of the right-of-way that you originally gave them?
Right, the Music Way, that's all surrounding.
Continued using Union Square?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And what is the amount of impervious area that is now going to be covered with the addition of the parking lots, and how much of the new parking is going to be impervious and how much is going to be pervious?
Currently, we have 18,000 square feet of pervious sidewalk in place.
What is that percentage-wise?
100%. That will remain. That's our vision, to have the entire development impervious sidewalks. The parking, we go, some will be pervious and some are asphalt. And we work with the state on it, with the Environmental Facilities Corporation, give some guidance, because in some cases they'd like to have pavement lead to the pervious areas. In some cases, depending on the drainage in a particular site, to put the entire site pervious, as we did at our maintenance and recycling center. We deemed that it was appropriate to do 100% pervious and did that. So at this point, we know the IHOTS lot is going to be 100% pervious, both the sidewalks and the surface. The lot in question yet is the one in extending the existing lot in the center of the development. The portion that's already in place is all asphalt. We expect the new portion to be all pervious.
Okay, so what would that leave the total percentage? Would that leave it more than 95% impervious, or?
No, we would be site-wide, it would be somewhere in the 60-40 range. 60% impervious, 40% pervious, and the sidewalks would be 100% pervious.
On total site-wise?
Yes.
Would that be before or after the 2020 construction phase?
The parking behind, or where Building 6 is intended to be asphalt, leading to behind the Imaginarium, which is pervious. So that won't, I don't know that that area is big enough to change the overall percentage, but maybe 62-38 or something in that neighborhood.
So we're still under 75%?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Okay. And then, what is the material that the pavilion is going to be made out of?
The pavilion is a steel frame. It's a steel tube, iron frame. Fabricated by Raymar Steel right on Portland Avenue here. And the top of it is a, do you know, I can't think of the name of the plastic. It's a type of fluted plastic that has a real nice light, oh, that. It's kind of cool if you look through. It's like a honeycomb. You can pass it around.
And the metal is just going to be steel color, or are you guys going to be painting that?
On the stage, we painted it in acrylic black paint. It's in the semi-gloss family and was painted before it was put up so that it really becomes a better rust preventer.
Okay. And we're adding a lot of parking to this. I mean, you're getting away from your four corners vision that you originally came to the town with and to the citizens with. Is there a reason for that? I know that when you originally thought of that, that was going to be the hallmark and the stamp for your signature on that area. And now we're going to parking lot, which is, it's not really anything that the town had imagined. Can you just explain a little bit better why you've chosen to take this course?
Certainly. The reality has set in. I mean, originally when we were planning this back in 2011, 2012, 2013, we had a certain vision. Yeah, this very walkable, bikeable community, and all Irondequoit could get over here really easily, and they would come by different ways to support I-Square and build this development. We've built one building, one stage, and a maintenance facility that doesn't have any parking demand of its own, and we're running out of parking. The development can't succeed unless our tenant businesses succeed. When we had a concert there Saturday afternoon, it was maybe a 2:30, 3 o'clock concert, happened to be very popular. East Ridge graduate was the headliner. And We did very little business in the market because the concert took up virtually 100% of the site parking. So you can see an immediate cause effect, and it becomes very visible. Wendy and I work at the market at I-Square somewhere between 60 and 70 hours a week each. We see everything that happens there. We're open 105 hours a week. We're on the rooftop. We're in the market. We have all glass. We can see exactly what happens, and we're very conscious of it because when we have events, and, Dan Murphy will call me and say, "Hey, we got no parking back here. What are you doing? You're killing," and so we face the pressures and deal with it every day. We feel that we've come up with an awesome alternative plan that will allow us to finish out I-Square to finish developing that parcel in a way that will be something that makes Arundecoit proud.
So you're going to describe this then as the finished product?
Yes, sir.
What you've just proposed to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got a quick question, and this could just be technical. I'm looking at these plans, and they are presented to me with two different dates. One is of the year 2012, and the other one is of the year 2017. And I'm specifically talking about this right here.
Mm-hmm.
You have to check the notes file where it shows amendments. So we're looking on the side, they'll make notes. So typically, original plans would have been prepared, and then as changes are made subsequent to that, that's referenced in the notes section. Like there's a table that would have specified the date of an update or revision.
So I'm just looking at the original plan.
Correct. And the date that it might have been originally prepared for the applicant to submit to a previous board approval, and then subsequent to that, as updates or revisions are made, they, instead of redating it, you make a note of it on the side. It doesn't stand out as much as the date on the original stamp,
Right,
though.
okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
And then the 27 inches in between Titus Avenue and the parking lot, 27 feet, I'm sorry. If it were 27 inches, I wouldn't be asking the question, but we really wanted to get a better feel of where we were at with this piece. And it's a large space, so this looks really nice, but it's not 27 feet by anybody's imagination. And I wondered, because you're taking away a signature building on the four corners, this is now going to act as one of those corners. Do you really have a better plan to share with this board and with the community?
The gardening will be, obviously it'll be bigger than the ones you see in the drawings, but the plantings and the landscape will be very consistent with all those drawings. All our gardens at I-Square are rain gardens. They're New York State approved technology and design, so that they are able to handle large amounts of water but also be drought resistant. So they'll have a lot of grasses and different plantings in them. There's going to be a certain amount of area behind the front line. We really see it being built up a little bit more on the Titus side and a little bit the grassy area more behind that, as well as our sign in there. And we'll, like I said, once we have a sign plan, be able to have to come to the planning board here and show you all that before it's installed, which will probably be the same time as landscaping anyway.
So you're asking us to hold off on this 27 feet?
No, I would like you to approve the site plan because we want to do all the curbing and get all that in place now, this season.
But we'll have to wait for the landscaping plan.
Right, and primarily signage. Signage is the one that drives me to come to the planning board, I believe.
Okay. I guess I would have really liked to seen that, more of a landscaping plan. If it was a 5-foot bed, that's one thing. 27 feet is a huge amount.
Right.
I think you and I are probably more than about 27 feet apart at this moment. I mean, people, just to get an idea, that's a lot of space, and it's actually going to act as screening.
Right, but
for
understand
the
this
driveway.
If you look at, we have 14 gardens that we've constructed at I-Square. I would suggest to you that those are 14 of the most beautiful gardens in the town of Arundecoit in front of any commercial structure. I don't think that I-Square should be held to a higher standard than every other builder in Arundecoit. That's not fair.
Well, it's not necessarily, I don't think that the chairman's insinuating a higher standard. They're just asking for some landscaping treatment in connection with your parking request.
Which was provided.
but there's no detail as to the number of plantings, location of plantings. That's more typical for what we see on an engineered site plan. And just a quick question about the parking while I've got the mic. It says that the proposed off-street parking is 208 spaces, proposed on-street is 42, and then total parking is 216. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly.
Which one, where are you
It's
reading?
on
where are
your
you
site
reading that
data
from?
on the TY Lin plan.
That may not have been updated to include the current, and that is the number we took that included the House of Guitars owned parking as well.
Okay, so to the chairman's point, how many spaces are being requested?
205 total.
Okay. And of the 205, all 205 are on-site?
No, that would include our street parking.
So 42 on-street?
I don't know that there's 42 on street, but
There's 41 on Bakers and Stranahan.
Okay.
There's 36 at maintenance, 32 at 1 and 4. Of the hog and the I-square shared, we have 34 of the 50. So that's 143 current. New is 21 at 5, 20 at IHOS, 21 at 7.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Leslie, do you mind just jumping up at the mic just so that folks at home would be able to hear this as well? And do you mind if I just ask you to start back from the beginning just so as we're recording?
Yeah, tell us your name and your
My name is
affiliation.
Leslie DeCesar. I'm at 160 Summershire. The current parking, we have 36 at maintenance, 32 at building 1 and 4, which is, one is the current, where the Market at I-Square is, and the Imaginarium. 34 of the 50 spaces where we share parking with the House Guitars and ourselves. 41 at Bakers and Stranahan. So that brings us to 143. And then at where Building 5, that extension there is 21 spots. IHOTS is 20 spots. And on the corner of Bakers and Titus, the extension there is 21. So that's an additional 62, which brings us to 205.
Does anybody else have any
Thank you.
questions? Yep.
I'm sorry if maybe I wrote something down here wrong. So I got 20 at lot 5, or 21 at lot 5, correct? 20 at IHOTS and 20 at Bakers and Titus. That's 62. Am I?
Yep.
Yeah, I got 62.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I thought you said 52. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, all right, thanks, Mike.
Anybody else have any questions?
Would there be any consideration towards the layout of the buildings that you have now? I don't know how far into this we have to get on this overview, this plan, but extending false facades along. I have a real concern about there not being any facades or any type of structure along Titus Avenue. I think that's a major change from the original plan. So is there any way that anything could be put there? Is there anything that we could do besides just putting landscaping there, in your opinion, that could still accommodate the parking that you need? I mean, I don't have any problem with you putting in parking. I just have the concern about it against Titus Avenue.
Well, I believe that what we've done at I-Square so far has really been well received. We got a great group of people designing everything and building what we're and constructing everything. I really think that the plan that they came up with is the best one for Wendy and I to build.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing portion of the meeting, and I would go ahead and entertain anybody who would like to speak in favor of this to begin with, then those opposed, and then those who would like to just say something about the project in general. Again, when you come up to the podium, state your name and your address and your affiliation, if any. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Burns. I live at 199 Bellhurst Drive, and I'm here representing Helping Arundequoit Plan for Progress, the HIP group. We've been involved in this neighborhood for almost 20 years now. And we do want to state we very much admire and appreciate the Nolans' continuing investment in our community and all that they're bringing to the experience for everyone in Arundequoit and outside of Arundequoit. We also would agree that we had some ideas. We all brought together our master plan. So the comments that I'm going to make are in numerical order based on building site, as they were originally put in the site plan approved in 2012. We're glad to hear that the 19 spaces that were planned at Building 2, we would like those to be off the table. We appreciate that that green space remain where Building 2 is. And we understand that Building 2 may still be developed. But right now where the stage is, that green space has become an important gathering space for multiple events there. The pavilion, we're glad to hear what the materials are going to be, and that the height is not going to take over the height of the stage. So we're glad to hear it's going to be the same color as what has been on the stage. For Building 3, site of Building 3, while we would prefer that this building be constructed to add to the fabric of the streetscape, we understand the Nolan family's plan to limit the number of buildings. We suggest as far as possible to leave open the option for building these 3 buildings, number 3, number 6, and number 7, as was envisioned in the master plan. And we liken this to downtown. Right now we've got a jazz fest going on, and Parcel 5 is a big gathering space down there. In Midtown, they left open the site where Gannett decided to move into. That was 245 Main Street. Rather than ripping up the asphalt to develop that, they left it as green space. And the same thing has been true for Parcel 5. They're trying to make it, leave it, as potential spaces for the future. And that being said, if parking is to be provided in the location of Building 3 at the corner of Titus and Grange, we would recommend some kind of screening, such as a low brick knee wall with trees along with plantings. The goal is to screen the cars. We would echo your comments there. We provided a photo to all of you of a potential brick knee wall with plantings. And then to the south of that, also one of the raised gardens that the Nolans have done such a fine job with. In addition, we asked that the town plant a tree in the sidewalk, so it's that visual. There's trees all the way in front of where Building 7 was intended. So keeping trees and putting one more tree just down past Grange Place gives more of a pedestrian experience, would also provide more screening for that lot. And then for Building 5, we also understand and support, we want the fabric of that streetscape at the 4 corners to happen. It was our idea to sort of bend Building 5, make it an L shape so it wraps around that corner, screens the pillars from the wind turbines that are going to be going up behind Building 4, would screen some of the parking. And then retaining where Building 6 would have been, bringing in some more screening there. That would be a great location. We understand Building 5 is going to be restaurants. That could be seating for the restaurant, hugging the streetscape, and making not only the experience of dining in the restaurant, but also the pedestrians passing by would give that, just that village center, the important village center feel that we're looking for. And then for Building 6, also retaining that lawn that's currently there. And for Building 5, making sure, and it appears on the revised site plan, that Building 5 is exactly the same setback as the House of Guitars, but we would want that in the record for going forward. That's something that's going to be important, is that both of those buildings line up. And then the Building 7 site, we agree with all of you, that is the fourth corner of our four corners. And if there's a way to screen the cars from view as much as possible, one of the ideas that we put in our comments to the Nolans and to all of you was masonry pillars that have steel fencing between them. The Nolans reclaimed a lot of the stone that was in the foundation of the houses that were on Union Park, and we just thought that would be a cool way to tie that back in, possibly using that stone for these masonry pillars. And then, you know, again, having the plantings and having something there. The sign, we understand they'll have to come back for that, but, you know, having that be externally lit is something from our Titus Cooper Hudson design guidelines. Parking alternatives. We talk about the shared parking across the street, just as you did. We have reactivated that conversation with Chase Bank, the church, and working with the school district. We're hoping to move that forward. We really would like to, as in other communities like Pittsford, share as much parking as we can. That's what we've been, you know, trying to do. We built, you know, those initiatives into the master plan and into the zoning code when the mixed-use code was put in. So as much as possible, if parking can be shared, that's an ideal. And then just to let everyone know, you know, is even though a lot of people drive, and we know that, but there's also the U.S. Department of Transportation keeps their statistics on vehicle miles traveled, and those have peaked. So even though we haven't quite seen that ripple here in Rochester because of alternatives for public transportation, we need to keep that in mind. And creating alternatives for pedestrians. A lot of people do walk up. It's great to see. We'd like to encourage more people to walk and to bike. The Nolans have provided some great bike racks up there, and so we'd like to encourage that as much as possible. I mean, we're going to continue to advocate for that. Again, we'd like to, you know, share our appreciation for all the hard work that the Nolans are doing, and we appreciate the insights from the board as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Hello, everyone. Board members, thank you for your time. My name is Michael Governale. I live at 4164 St. Paul Boulevard. I'm also president of Reconnect Rochester. Firstly, I want to say again, echo everybody else's comment. I have the utmost respect for Mike and Wendy Nolan, and I'm one of the biggest cheerleaders for I-Square and our shared community vision to revitalize our town center. What we all want for Titus Avenue is for Titus Avenue to be transformed into the most successful business district and town square in our region. However, the most recent I-Square plan, if implemented, I believe would do irreparable harm to the community vision, a vision which has been outlined most recently in the town's comprehensive master plan, as Ann mentioned. I'd like us to consider for a moment some of those places which we might refer to as a model for our own town center, places like Pittsford, Main Street, the South Wedge, Ridge Road, and Webster. The images of these places are etched in our minds, and they have become representations of their host communities. These are places that are sources of great pride for the residents and have buoyed property values for their surrounding neighborhoods. A successful town center needs to entice people to come, walk the neighborhood, spend time and money at a variety of the local businesses and establishments. To build places like this, we must understand the ingredients and how to prioritize them. On Bakers Park, the Nolans have put most of these ingredients in place: quality architecture, street trees, street furniture, buildings that come right up to the sidewalk, and a mix of activity and programming to keep people coming back. But there is another element that a successful town square must have, and that is continuity. If you look at places like Main Street in Pittsford, or the original plan for I-Square, there is a continuous, uninterrupted row of buildings along both sides of the street. These buildings give definition to the outdoor space by providing a sense of enclosure and helping to make the street feel more like a living space. This street wall is the magic ingredient that makes for a successful town square. Without it, we'd have something more akin to East Ridge Road, a place with lots of individual buildings, lots of individual businesses, but not really a place where people want to spend time, not a place that our residents can be proud of, not a place that does much of anything for property values. Therefore, to the greatest extent possible, the streets within our central business district should be lined with buildings. Irondequoit's mixed-use commercial zoning district code is written so that we may be able to create a pedestrian-oriented place. For the very reasons I've outlined, Section 235-30.6, line H, specifies a minimum frontage build-out of 70% for any property within the district. The proposed parking lots and landscaping fronting Titus Avenue would not satisfy that requirement. If current market realities are preventing construction of the remaining I-Square buildings along Titus Avenue, then those lots should be mothballed. The town should not allow any permanent parking facilities or other structures which might preclude the construction of buildings along Titus Avenue in the future. Of course, parking is important. Parking demand that cannot be provided for with on-street spaces or mitigated using alternate forms of transportation in and out of the area may be handled in a variety of ways, that some of which Ann has pointed out. But the continuity of the street wall should never be compromised to provide a parking lot in a central business district that aspires to become a destination spot or the pride of a respectable town like Irondequoit. If these lots need to be used as temporary overflow parking, then they should be treated using temporary materials that can be undone at a later time. And it should be made clear that these parking lots are not to be permanent, but instead reserved for future development. I want to reiterate again my respect and admiration for what the Nolans have achieved so far. My concern is not with I-Square, but with the bigger picture. This community can choose between our town square or more parking lots, but we cannot have it both ways. If we want to continue to allow this district, Titus Avenue in particular, to be peppered with parking lots, then Irondequoit will lose the only possibility it has to build an attractive and successful Main Street. It is our responsibility as Irondequoit residents to protect this asset and to continue to work toward our collective vision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Michael Yanaga. I live at 165 Colebrook Drive. Actually was coming here for the church thing tonight, but while I'm here, I used to own some businesses on Titus Avenue. So I'm familiar with this project. Back in 2011, I was actually, it's ironic now that he complains he doesn't have enough parking because it was a different board. I think the only person that's the same was Michael Palermo at that time. But I said many times, there's not enough parking for the amount of buildings he wants to build. Made it very clear. Mike Nolan said that he had that all figured out, wasn't an issue. He also laid before you this grand plan of this center square, 4 corners, what have you not. What we have today is the current I Square, the market. The only tenant that Mike has rented a building out to in there is Edward Jones. Mike Nolan owns every single business in I Square. It's funny that he's asking for more parking for his businesses. When he proposed this I Square to you guys, he was proposing it as a developer. He was going to rent it out to the local townspeople so they could open up a business. He owns everything. And now he doesn't want to do what he says he was going to do. First of all, Building 7, he doesn't own. He owns the old, where the pizza shop was, he owns a little shoe shop. He doesn't own the hair salon, or what is it now, the tailor and photo studio. He doesn't own that. So the fact that you guys are discussing something he doesn't own, and the fact that he included in his original design property he didn't own, and from my knowledge wasn't able to obtain, is giving you guys a false sense of what this plan really is going to be. Not only that, there was supposed to be townhouses built where the stage is now. That hasn't come to fruition. It wasn't no talk of an Imaginarium. It was supposed to be a retail destination with shops that the local townspeople could own and have businesses in. The next building, which is 2-3 years behind schedule, is an Imaginarium, which, quite ironically, isn't going to draw anybody other than school students or young families. I just get the grasp that all this extra parking is for his businesses, not for his tenants, because he only has one tenant. Nobody seems to talk about that. And I used to own several businesses, and I spent a lot of money renovating. I used to own the Indulge Ice Cream, and I actually sold that business and turned it into a frozen yogurt bar so I could get my investment back out of it to get as far away from Mike Nolan as I can. What Mike Nolan says and what he does are two exactly different things. He's been lying to the townspeople about what this project really is going to be from day one. I knew he wasn't going to do what he said he was going to do. And quite frankly, he should put in the buildings he said he was going to be. It's not going to, you're going to have another Arundecoit plat where Wegmans is. That's what it's going to look like if you let him take away Building 6. Now, Building 2, where the old IHOTS is, let him turn that into a parking lot. But in Building 7, he doesn't own that. So the fact that you guys are talking about putting up structures to hide it or whatnot, he doesn't even own that. He owns one end and the other end, not the plaza that's there. I don't believe that Building 6 should be allowed to become a parking lot, because that will change the look of my town and everybody else's town. And we don't need more parking. Like a lot of you have mentioned, it will change the look. I gotta say, the market, it's a beautiful building, but it's a shame he owns every single business in it.
Excuse me?
It's the truth. I'm not a friend of Mike Nolan. And a lot of you are, but that's the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan, would you reiterate that this is pro first? You said at the beginning.
Right. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? And I'm going to remind the audience that if you'd like to speak, you need to wait your turn and go up to the podium and do the same as everybody else is doing. Thank you.
My name is Leslie DeCesar, and I live at 160 Summershire Drive. I come here wearing two different hats. One hat being a general manager at I Square, where I work with Mike and Wendy, and a resident who's been here for over 20 years. And so sometimes it's a hard time to separate the two, but I'm here right now to speak that when I moved in 20 years ago with my family, that space that we're talking about was either empty buildings, rundown housing, flooded parking lots. It was an embarrassment. And the town did have a master plan that was put in place in the 80s, and nobody did a thing. And along comes somebody who does do something to make Arundecoit residents proud and put in his own money, his own time, which is invaluable. So when people say I support you, you support them. And again, I'm speaking as a resident because nobody else has stepped up. We'd be looking at a CVS right now if they didn't step up. We know that 44% of the customers that come into I-Square are coming outside of Arundecoit. It's my understanding that the town of Arundecoit is trying to promote this town to bring outside visitors in. I-Square cannot be sustained by people walking. We are surrounded by amazing neighborhoods, I being living in one of those. But to say that we cannot have more parking to accommodate the visitors that we want to come into Arundecoit is ludicrous. I would love to have buildings on every corner. But at the same time, I want it to be successful. To be successful, you have to have a place for people to park. I ask you, when you have visited I-Square, have you driven? Or do you always walk there? And if you do always walk there, great, that's wonderful. But for those that drive, that do live not too far down the street, we are welcoming you, and we want you to patronize I-Square. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did previously forget to say that we do have a time limit. We don't strictly enforce it, but 5 minutes is what we're trying to keep folks to, because I can see there's a lot of people here in the audience. So is there anybody else that would like to comment on this case? Please step forward. Thank you, sir.
Oh, mine's real quick. Good evening. My name's Nicholas Machakos. I live at 30th and Darrow Lane. I have just two concerns, and real quick, I haven't had the opportunity to see the site plans. I'm just hoping that I'm speaking for disabled citizens, residents, visitors, that we have met the standards for ADA parking, for handicap parking spots, that there are going to be adequate parking spots provided with a total of 200 plus, and that they would be strategically placed to accommodate people with handicap to get access to the I-Square. Okay, that's my one important factor. The other one is the intersection of Cooper and Titus and Hudson and Titus. I remember years ago there were no turn on red signs there, and they were taken down, and some of them were changed between hours for school. I would recommend that that would be permanent because of the safety of children, pedestrians, because we're talking about all these parking spots. You're talking about more people coming, so just the safety aspect for both residents and visitors and our children, that may be looked into as a permanent status of a no turn on red. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chairman. Just as a note, if you don't mind, so the board is aware that any of the comments related to the right-of-way, either the sidewalk or changes to improvements within the legal right-of-way, that these roads, so Titus and Cooper specifically, and Hudson are county roadways, and so the town would need to seek the permission of the Monroe County DOT in order to move forward with anything. It's actually a county DOT discretionary decision. And I just want the board to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jose Angel Tolins, and I reside at 4509 St. Paul Boulevard. My comment is generally in favor of the I-Square development. My wife and I have eaten there on numerous occasions. I find the location pleasant, the people there pleasant. We drive there. We live a little bit further up on St. Paul to be able to walk down there. When you look at the I-Square area and you look across the street, you've got a gas station that doesn't exactly, it's not a really pleasant thing to look at. You've got the building for where the DMV is. That's not exactly pleasant to look at. When you compare these sites that have been around for quite a while, doesn't seem like there's any emphasis on them to essentially make their properties look better, cleaner, more pleasant. And when you look at the I-Square, their property, it looks, extremely beautiful. You've got people that come there, they enjoy the area, and I feel that you should give him all consideration to help him get, whether it's his business, that he owns everything, or whether he has one tenant or 25 tenants. We're not here for that. It should be, the man is doing good, he's prospering, that's going to help our community out, and we should help him out. That's my thought on the subject, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this case? Please step forward.
Hello, how are you tonight? Didn't expect to talk, but I feel I should.
You're going to tell us your
Mike
name.
Valenti,
Yep.
474 Thomas Avenue. I-Square is incredible, to say the least. I've spent most of my time as an adult in Irondequoit, born and raised in the 19th Ward. And what he's doing here is truly incredible. As the gentleman said before, go look at the parking lots and look at across the street at that plaza. It's pretty disgusting. Garbage, shopping carts, it's pretty bad. I'm also a first responder in the area for 15 years now. He has worked with us unbelievably, which is a wonderful thing. Most of us are volunteers at the fire department, St. Paul. And I guess that's pretty much what I wanted to say, is that I really wish you would work with them. Things change. I'm self-employed, always have been, 34 years, landlord. And, the thing is, things change. I've had opportunities to purchase homes and said, man, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and said, I can't because of this situation or whatever, may happen. But again, I just asked the board to truly try to work with someone that's just doing phenomenal things with the town. And again, working with our fire departments, local people, every time I go there, and I can't, I can walk, but we're almost on Pattonwood, so we drive. I could stop at the fire department and walk, which I have done a few times. But thank you very much for my time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address this hearing? Anybody else? Please step forward.
My name is Michael D'Amico. Reside at 27 Georgian Drive, a little bit on the east side, a little bit of ways from yours. I bike there though. I believe this matter is getting a little bit out of hand. It's not about an individual. This comes down to the law. We have these laws that are in place. We've crafted these laws and crafted these comprehensive plans as to where our town wants to go. We have been heading down one way, and this is an excellent human being who has contributed greatly to our neighborhood, to our town. what is a point of contention here is what a lot of people don't necessarily see. A lot of people can't envision a building when it's on a piece of paper. Mike Governale had mentioned ever so slightly the importance of that corridor. It was mentioned, I believe, by Brad as well. The establishment of Titus Avenue as a commercial corridor, a walkable community, a walkable corridor, is essential for our town. If it is not meant to be a permanent structure, then we really need to address that in the sense of approaching it from a temporary standpoint. That, I don't believe, has been looked at. We also are going off of something that is simply stated by an individual. Was there a parking study conducted? I personally am a landscape architect. I am on the other side of this. I'm contracted by a developer to design these spaces. It's really funny to see how this path has unfolded. But I commend Mike for all that he's doing. I would like to see more options explored. We have Wegmans, a large surface lot, which is never filled, right there. We can explore, a wonderful pedestrian corridor connecting that space that's already underutilized right to this location, actually fairly easily with an access easement. But I don't believe that is an option that has been explored yet. I would like to see the planning board maybe pursue that. But this is an essential piece of the town and the fabric of what I believe Arundequoit is trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to give the applicant a chance to come forward to address anything that he thinks is of relevance. And one quick piece of business before you start, Mr. Nolan. I'm just going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I appreciate all the feedback. We spent quite a while, like I said, on these alterations and certainly haven't taken it lightly, but we are very confident in the plan. Doing, just to address a few of the things that stand out, doing them a temporary parking arrangement just isn't in our plans. We do not have a plan to put a building where those buildings show ever. That's not going to change. Saying that this will take away from the walkable, bikeable community to have parking stretch over 60 feet of piece of Titus Avenue is ridiculous. It certainly does not change. Biking, walking is about a destination. It's about where you're going. You're going to cross over a lot of things in your travels, on your walks. You're going to cross across that gas station that somebody referred to, and across Wegmans, and across that DMV building, and a number of other things on any path to anywhere. What we want to do is make sure when you get to the doors of I Square, it's very welcoming, that we have a nice sign out front that welcomes people in, and however you arrive there, we want to make sure that that's the way you are greeted. But everybody has their own vision, their own thoughts of what I Square could be, will be, should be. At the end of the day, it's Wendy and I that are going to build it. We're going to pay for it. We're going to maintain it. So far, our community seems to like what we've done. It's been very well patronized and very successful, what we've completed so far. So while I appreciate the feedback, we feel that the plan that we have created is not only appropriate, it is necessary for the success of this great project and to keep it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the hearing closed, I think we'll begin with just some thoughts from the board, and I know that we are in a position tonight to take some action, and we're expected to do so. So, anybody?
Yeah, I think I want to get back to the core of what we were talking about before we open the hearing, and that is, I think the town wants to see I-Square be successful. I know the town wants to see I-Square be successful, and I understand the need for parking, and I have no qualms about that. I understand that you're low on spots, and I do not think that it would be prudent for us to deny you more parking spots. I do, however, think that good points were brought up about, and I'm sorry I have to reference my drawing, about Building 5. I know I said I wanted Building 6 to continue to be there. I understand if that isn't feasible. But if Building 5 would curl around, if that is the plan to make it a restaurant, that'd be wonderful outdoor seating. It'd be wonderful outdoor seating. I think that where Building 7 was proposed to go, you've got, as Alan mentioned, a 27-foot garden. I think that would be a really nice addition, a garden there. I think it would be great if you had, I know it's a rain garden, a pervious path and some benches in there. That way people could walk in and sit. It's not just a 27-foot sea of mulch. I used to be a landscaper, and I know those 27-foot seas of mulch. And a path and some benches would be a really, really great addition. But at the core of the issue is, I live on the east side. I do not ride my bike to I-Square. I live on the east side. I do not walk to I-Square. I drive to I-Square and I park. I think it's very important to promote a walkable neighborhood. I think it's very important to promote a bikeable neighborhood. It's also very important to be conscious of the fact that it's for all of Arundequoit and not just the folks that can walk there. So that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that I think that more parking is good, but the stuff between the street and the parking, I think, is something that should be revisited. Not changed, not completely done away with. I think it just needs to be usable. Okay?
Since we're in deliberations, could I just ask everybody to just sort of address each other and not the applicant at the moment? I think we've had our chance with him.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
I definitely echo some of your thoughts, Mike. I think my biggest concern is definitely the unknown about the areas between the parking lots and the road. I agree. I do occasionally bike to the location, but I drive fairly frequently there, so I can understand the need for parking. But being that it's such the Four Corners area, I guess I'm just struggling not having more information about what's going to happen as far as a brick wall, a knee wall, exactly what the landscaping is in between the parking and the road.
Great.
As I look at this, if we did have a building 7 one day, if we don't have enough parking now, and you put another building there, we're not going to have enough parking then, in my opinion. So if we delay this, we're choking what we have going, and we're not going to be able to even get to 2019 or 2020, in my opinion, because it's going to keep growing, but we're going to choke it, in my opinion. Yes, I do believe that the front of I-Square, the look as you're coming down, Titus is important, but like we've talked about, if you're going to put signage, that has to come in front of the board again. I think that's the time where all of that can be worked out. But to keep this project going, to keep these buildings going, I think we have to, I'm an approval allowing that parking to keep going, because we have to maintain the momentum that we have.
Can I ask council a question?
Sure.
So signage obviously has to come back. I mean, that's a given because it's the muck. But landscaping, shade walls, screen walls, none of that stuff really has to come back if we approve this. Is that correct?
It does not, no. You could place a condition that, it's subject to staff review and approval of any final landscaping detail. You could also condition your approval on the developer providing the same treatment that he provided, in the photo tonight in this area that we're talking about. So there's a variety of ways to go about it, but you don't necessarily need to require it to come back for landscaping review.
Do we have the mechanism to make it come back for landscaping and or screening review?
If there's a concern about the landscaping that's proposed relative to the request to eliminate the building, the board can't require the applicant to build any of the buildings that were previously approved. That's within his prerogative. But the request to delete buildings and add parking, it's a reasonable request of this board to ask to see landscaping. So to the extent that you don't feel like you have adequate information, you could hold the application over and ask for that information.
I'm going to echo the lack of landscaping plan, especially on a 27-foot piece of property, and I would like to exercise our option to not approve that piece without some further approval either from this board or from the staff. I think that that's a fair thing for the community to see. This is a planning board, and folks knew that they were coming in front of the planning board, that they should have been more prepared to be able to answer those questions. I think that no place failed because of lack of parking, but I also want to make sure that this is an economically viable situation for not only the developer, but for the town itself, because if that's an unhealthy property, it's going to be unhealthy for the entire town. So those are some of my thoughts. I would like to see a better landscaping design come either before us or before staff, and I'll sort of get a feel from you guys where you want to go from that. Michael?
Well, I personally feel that a landscaping plan is necessary, but I also feel that that can be handled in the conditions upon approval or any other manner that this board puts forth. It doesn't have to have the approval of the town, except the town planning and the town offices. I believe that is a mechanic that can be worked out.
Michael, are you saying back to staff then?
Back to staff, and if the seven of us feel to want to sit on that and be part of that, can we? I'm asking.
Yeah, you could not all get together and discuss it because that would constitute a meeting. If the sentiment of the board is that you want to review the landscaping approval and you want some say over that, then you should hold the application open until you have an opportunity to do that. Doing it, having staff review it subject to your review and comment would sort of be a backwards way to do it. Either you should delegate to staff to review and approve entirely, or if you're uncomfortable doing that, it's within your prerogative to say we want to hold the application over until we see what you're proposing. And it may very well be consistent with the photographs that were shown tonight, but you may have some comfort seeing that laid out on a plan.
Secondarily, it seems to me that the success of I-Square necessitates the parking in itself. I don't know if there have been studies done or not, but the proof of the pudding certainly is some of the photos that we've seen that show a crowded parking lot as it is. So I feel that if I-Square is going to be and continue to be successful, it needs more parking, and I agree with a couple of others who said, if we build more buildings, where do they park now?
Thank you. Mary?
I echo everything that Mike said about the landscaping and everything, but I don't think it's a reason to hold up the application. And as far as the parking, if he doesn't have room now, and he wants to put the room in, and then he puts another building in, at least they're going to have a place to park. And shared parking, somebody brought that up. I see what happens with shared parking across the street from that place. And it's not good. I think the application should go through.
Brad.
Somebody once told me, show me a great place and I'll show you a parking problem. So I think that I-Square is a great place, and I think that it is a symptom of its success. And the question in my mind is not whether or not more parking, but where. And I don't think that it belongs along Titus Avenue. And I think that we should look for other places to put more parking. I also think that the master plan, which was put together by hundreds of people from all over the town, also echo that sentiment. I also think that the town center guidelines echo the sentiment that there's not necessarily a problem with parking, but it just should not be so close to Titus Avenue. I look at the photographs that you guys submitted showing that the parking lot is full, and yes, I have had that experience as well when I go there and the parking lot is full. But I'm looking across the street and I see a large, basically empty parking lot. So I'm wondering I don't know whether that's something that can be considered since it's not a part of this property, you see what I'm saying? But it is something that is talked about in the guidelines and in the master plan is to encourage the use of shared parking. So while we have a full parking lot over here, across the street is a basically empty lot. Because that's a question for council.
Yeah, so the MUC guidelines do contemplate shared parking off-site, so that is an option, but as the developer indicated, it's not viable to them for one reason or another, so you can certainly ask more questions about that. But I just want to make clear that from their perspective and the evidence that they've presented, it's their position that that's not viable. You
Okay.
can certainly dig into that, but that's their position.
So, I mean, okay, so I just don't understand why that's not viable. Okay, and then this is a big change. It's essentially 50% less buildings, more or less, and we don't know about building 2. It seems questionable. It's a large change, so it's worthy of really careful consideration. I echo the other folks' concerns about the lack of a detailed landscape plan. Any other developer that would come before us always presents us with a detailed landscape plan anytime we're looking at a change or development of this size. So it's not a question of a different standard, it's the same standard. We're looking it's just about everybody comes with something, and especially in such an important spot. So I'm sad to see the loss of building 7, but whatever goes there should be substantial, should be carefully thought out, should be viewable by many people so that many people can add comments to it. And since that parking is really not what is proposed in these guidelines, then we should have a lot of people giving a lot of input about what that landscaping looks like and making sure that that's a robust piece right there, closing out that 4 corners. So I really have concerns about the not having the detailed landscape plan. And I'm really wondering if we can look more detailed at the shared parking. Also on the I-Square side, that part of the need for these additional parking spots, according to the developer, is because of the use by the other properties. So I feel like that should be recorded in this somehow by some type of shared parking agreement that, we're allowing you to put in more parking and you got to share that with the other people because that's part of the decision that's allowing us, what we're saying that we're okay with that. So, those are just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Al, can I just?
Yeah, I also want to get sort of a sense of where we're at with the conversation that Rob has had with us since you guys were able to speak, and then he spoke afterwards about sending this back to the developer, the applicant, to ask him to provide us with additional information, or if we would like to go ahead and approve it with staff approval on the landscaping plan, and keeping in mind what we do with other applicants regarding their site plans. So, but go ahead with your point.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I I kind of agree with some of the things you're saying, Brad. Shared parking would be great. I mean, it sounds like maybe some investigation has been done and it's not feasible. I think personally, I could probably get behind the proposed plan here. However, I would not be comfortable with staff review only. I feel that this is a substantial enough area, especially the former Building 7 lot, that I would want to see that to make sure that I'm okay with whether it's brick that matches the building facades, whether it's some kind of a metal pergola in a small area that looks like the other metal, something that makes it substantial enough that it reads more building-esque than just a little bit of, 2-foot high grasses or something. That's my opinion.
Now, I'm leaning that way myself. Does anybody else have where we'd like to end up on this?
Can I ask what you mean? Are you talking about a facade that, a wall, a concrete wall?
Not necessarily. I mean, some of the, did you see the pictures that were in I think it was the HIP letter, where they show some kind of knee walls, some brick walls with some metal fencing in between, nothing that's real tall. I understand the desire to see down and kind of see into the concert area and so on. But to me, it's more than just staff approving the number of plantings. To me, it's also what are the other elements, what are the benches, what are the sidewalks, et cetera, for me.
Great. Thank you. I could say the word Michael, and I know I'd get a response from 3 of you, so.
It's convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
I now that we've made our way around and come back, I would agree with that. I think when we started the discussion, I didn't really have much thought either way, and now you're making me think that would be a good idea. That's not just going to be, that's in a very prominent spot for the town. I think it's going to be a really nice thing. That's going to be the first thing you see when you pull up there. Your eyes gravitate towards that sort of town square community space. I think that's going to be the first thing you see when you pull up. It would be important for the town to make sure that that's something that they want as their main advertisement for Irondequoit, and I think it's important that for the developer as well to come up with a really great plan, because that's the first thing people are going to see when they're pulling into their development. So I would agree with you. I think it'd be good to have that come back in front of us for more deliberation.
Yeah, I think just to kind of tag on to what you just said there, I think it can work, but I think it needs more than just the plantings that we were shown.
And I think I would have been a little bit more optimistic had the applicant been a little bit more responsive to the community letters that came forward and had some reaction at all to them, aside from just acknowledging, especially at the workshop. And it was no secret that I said bluntly that having a landscape plan would make the evening tonight go a lot easier for everybody, and not to be presented with that is a little disappointing for myself. Is there any more discussion before we move along? And I can, we've got a couple options here. It sounds like to me that we go ahead and approve this with the landscaping plan as a condition being approved by staff, or that we table this item for further consideration and ask that the applicant come back with a landscaping plan for the board to take a look at and approve.
I think there's enough members on the board who are saying they want more than just a landscaping plan. Am I looking at that? Am I hearing that? You want more than just?
Well, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that it would be a landscaping plan that would also incorporate, some hardscape and the whole area. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's still a landscaping plan, I guess,
Okay.
but it would show more than just here's 10 bushes or
Right,
whatever.
okay.
I think Brad's the only one that has gone to the other end, and I would like to do that, but I don't know that that's within our scope to force him to reach an agreement with another vendor of a parking area.
Well, there was two, you know, it'd be great if he had a shared parking agreement with another property, but I also believe that he should have a shared parking agreement on his property with nearby establishments that, you know, whoever is over there. He's saying that they're parking in there, that's putting additional burden on his property, which I understand, and, you know, that's part of the rationale that he's proposing as for why he needs that parking. So great. So why not put that in writing so that there's a certain number of spots that are shared with the businesses that are adjacent? Because otherwise, what could happen is somebody could, you know, purchase those properties, come in and build another building there, and then say, oh, well, I need my own parking lot now because I can't share with I-Square because there's no shared parking agreement, and now we need more parking again.
I don't know if staff can help us on this question. When this was originally approved, there were some considerations given for parking and shared parking at the same time. Do you know if there was any agreement at all drafted between, especially the House of Guitars, and then there were some other areas, but the parking was a major issue. I don't know that there was an agreement that was actually drafted between the applicant and other property owners.
So that approval predates my arrival to the town. I would need to check the record to see if that was part of the decision or if that was just more of a informal dialogue that took place as part of the application at the time.
And just to echo what Carrie said, and Brad, to follow up on your question, I think in fairness to the applicant, if the board were to table this in connection with the landscaping plan, maybe just asking the applicant to provide some additional support or evidence regarding his position may help address some of the board's concerns. So I think you should give him an opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
My sense is, just so we can move along, because we do still have a busy evening and I don't want to keep everybody here, is that I'm getting a sense from the members that we would like to table this item and ask the applicant to come back with additional information regarding landscaping plan, especially on the area that was the former Building 7. If that is what folks are leaning toward, I would entertain a motion toward that.
All right, I'll make a motion. I'd make a motion that for application PB 1707-1, upon the matter of the request by I-Square LLC for revised site plan approval to modify an existing site plan to provide additional parking and modify proposed build out on premises 400-401 Bakers Park, 633-667 Titus Avenue, in a MUC mixed-use commercial district, that we table the application and request additional information regarding landscaping.
Can I just suggest adding to that motion, to address Brad's concern and some of the other board members' concern, additional evidence or support regarding shared parking and its viability? And then I'd also add that the applicant have the T.Y. Lin revision 7 of the site plan revised to incorporate the correct parking numbers that were shared during the course of the public hearing, as well as add some of the impervious surface calculations to help the town do a full review of the plan and identify any necessary variances.
I have no problem with that. You want me to, do I need to state that?
Nope.
You
I
got that?
it.
Okay.
Thank you.
A second.
Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose.
Okay. Abstaining?
Abstaining.
All right. Thank you very much. This item has been tabled until staff has a chance to review with the applicant the next steps that we'll be taking for further consideration. Thank you. Can we go ahead and call the next case, please?
Next item on the agenda is case number PB 1702, upon the matter of request by Santa Motors for preliminary final site plan approval to modify an existing building with site-related improvements on premises 1378 East Ridge Road in a C Business District.
Thank you. Can I ask the applicant to come forward? And please remember to state your name and your affiliation and your address.
I'm president of Santa Motors. My name is Joe Santacroce. I reside at 4979 Culver Road in Aranaquake. This is my friend Mitch. He's going to help me present you what we're going to do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is Mitch Rowe. I'm a friend of Joe's. I'm here in an informal capacity to assist Joe with his presentation. I reside at 143 Corwin Road, Rochester, New York, 14610. In 2010, Santa Motors purchased a then vacant property at 915 East Ridge Road, and subsequent to special permit approval from the town board and site plan approval from this body, established a retail outlet at 915 East Ridge Road, and over the course of the last 6+ years has maintained 2 facilities within the city of Rochester for support, mechanical and collision services related with the Santa Motors operation. And in recent years, Joe had been looking for opportunities to bring the support and repair operations to the town of Aranaquake to create operational efficiencies and to streamline their operations. And in November of 2016, Santa Motors purchased at a county tax sale the subject property before you this evening at 1378 East Ridge Road, a little over 13,000 square foot building. Our best knowledge had been historically used for light manufacturing, had been vacant for a number of years. And so Joe bought the property. As we talked at the workshop 2 weeks ago tonight, Joe got a little ahead of himself, but then hired an architect or an engineer to develop some plans. We recognized that there were some problems with the drawings. Joe's engineer is working to formally redo the drawings. We tried our hand at some rudimentary changes to move those parking spots away from the overhead doors. I believe maybe on Friday, an email went out to the board showing what Joe would propose as a total of 15 parking spots. They're each 9 by 18 with a 24-foot backup and maneuvering aisle. Showed the proper location of the existing dry well. And so our best hope tonight was if the board would consider preliminary site plan approval. We understand from staff and learned at the workshop that a variance from the zoning board will be required to waive required parking spaces. Learned from staff today that Santa Motors special permit request will be considered by the town board at, I believe, their July 18th meeting. And so if we have to come back no matter what. So if you want to hold the entire application until the engineer makes the final revisions and we get a disposition from the zoning board and the town board, we have to come back either way. So preliminary approval would hopefully, Joe would feel that you would feel he's on the right course going forward. We recognize we've got to come back either way. So whatever the board's pleasure is in terms of granting preliminary tonight, or whether you'd like to hold the whole application. We provided an update in a letter since the workshop to address lighting. There are 4 external lights on the building, 1 over the entrance to the office area and 3 in what are proposed as the repair bays. Joe would like to do a sign, understands that would have to come back to the board no more than 4 by 8 on the southern elevation that shows on the plan 31.7 feet, internally illuminated. Don't have a rendering to show you, but probably SANTA in a kind of a curved shape over the top with motors kind of straight across the bottom. No plans to do any paving or in that grass area that comes up to East Ridge Road. As we prepare to come back, we can confirm that that existing dry well is functioning properly. They did do some work to kind of clean it out since Joe took ownership. And maybe I'll hold my comments there and see if the board has any questions for us.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and, my understanding is that if you're asking us to table it, I'm sure that we can consider that, but if we go ahead to approve it, it will be approval, not preliminary, right?
One of the options to consider in cases where other board approvals are required in order for a project to move forward. In this case, there's a special use permit from the town board. There's also area variance relief needed for parking requirements that are set forth in our code. And in that instance, this board can, if there's no other issues from a site plan perspective, could consider or contemplate preliminary and final site plan conditioned on the approvals of the other boards that have a discretionary decision to make related to this project moving forward.
Great, thank you. I know we've done that in the past.
Our deputy town attorney would stop me if I was saying anything incorrect.
I agree with what Carrie was saying. I was just going to say, this particular application, I think, is ripe for board action tonight if you want to take action. Just because the special use permit isn't necessarily, I wouldn't envision that to effectuate any site changes. The zoning board's consideration of the waiver of parking requirements may relate to some site changes that need to happen on the site plan, but it could come back if needed. So if you're in a position to feel comfortable to take action on this evening, you certainly could do it, subject to the conditions that Carrie laid out.
And as for signage, the sign code for this district provides for staff review and the director's approval. So that they may, unless there was something being proposed that is drastically different than other signage in that district along East Ridge Road, then typically it would be handled with an administrative review, and only if it was markedly different than what had been previously, installed at this location, would it have to come back to the planning board.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and start at that end with questions.
I think that we had a good discussion at workshop. I'm happy with the layout of the new parking spaces. I like what Carrie had mentioned before. Thank you. That's it for me.
As well, I think that you covered everything at the workshop, and I was happy when I left that.
Mitch, I have a couple of questions. The property line is, as I see it, currently you have a large Santa Motors truck parked on the east side of the building, and then a couple of boats, et cetera. These are all within the property?
Yeah, that's on my property, yeah.
The boats Joe inherited when he bought the building, those were inside, so I think I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's trying to sort out the title issues before he disposes of them. The truck, the Santa Motors truck, he's had for some time.
Be on site there.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah, and
I can't quite envision a 4x8 sign. Will it be atop the building? I don't see it being very visible from East Ridge Road.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, if you look, you come down Ridge Road, if you look, you see the top of the building. So we're going to put it right there. There was a sign there at one time, somebody cut it down. So we're going to put a new sign right there, 4x8.
Right on the top of the building?
Yeah, pretty much they're all my customers.
Not on the roof.
Not on the roof, on the, yeah, on the side right on the side of the building.
Okay. I'm off that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Michael?
I don't have any questions. I want to just mention that I see a lot of your license plate frames going around.
Thank you.
And I appreciate a hometown shop being opened in your hometown.
Thank you.
This is maybe a question for you, Carrie. Do we know what the required number of parking spaces theoretically is by code?
I will have to take a look. The the calculation is actually for this use in our code reverts back to retail, which is 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square foot of building, which would require a enormous amount of parking for a building of this size. And this is one of those places where the parking regulation doesn't really line up with the use, because clearly you don't need that amount of parking for a repair garage. But that's, the requirement would be pretty significant. I don't have the calculation in front of me, but I thought I recalled it being a lot considering the use, correct?
Okay. And then maybe I can just ask you guys, do you have any feel for what you actually would need for on-site parking?
Well, see, most of the parking would be inside for
right.
the cars getting fixed. I mean, outside would be minimal. I have other shops and there isn't, I don't have any problem with parking, and there's plenty there.
And I think at the workshop you said that this isn't generally like a retail business. It's more for the servicing of your own vehicles and for your clients.
I mean, I'm not going to say no if you come to fit, you know.
But it's not necessarily an actively promoted shop. Okay.
Yeah. Will 15 cars take care of your employees and visitors and cars left and all that?
15 cars, yes.
I'm all set.
Thanks. Thank you for working with us.
Thank you.
And I, of course, have a couple questions. I was down there right after one of the big rainstorms we had, and there was probably 3 inches of standing water in what looked to be a lake there. That's beyond our scope to deal with the stormwater, but there's definitely a problem with stormwater there.
Well, there's a dry well that's plugged right up. I found it. I found a dry well. We found the top of it, so we're going to dig it out. And there's a sewer back there that's got to be taken care of too. And it all drains to my property. Everything comes down the hill onto my property, so I got to fix that. And
there's a berm back there to hold it right in.
Yeah. So we got to
the
fix that.
other thing is my recollection from just doing a little bit of observation is that the folks that work in the clothing manufacturer park in the back of their building also, and they're using that driveway that would also be used by your...
Well, that is my driveway, but I have no qualms about people coming down the driveway and parking in the other parking lot.
Would we have any problem with an agreement to make sure that they can continue on doing
I've never
using
talked
that?
to the people up there.
Okay.
If I could just add to Joel's comments, we have information and belief that there is an access easement agreement between the properties. So it's something that's been on the to-do list to try to clarify that and talk to the folks up front. And as a practical matter, nobody's been denied access or anything like that. But I've talked to Joe about clarifying the terms of that easement and just making sure going forward, if he does get his approvals and he gets set up, that everybody's getting along and there's no issues with access and all the businesses are successful.
And then the lighting narrative that you gave us with today or yesterday or sometime recently indicated that there were no lights on the back. Just visually standing back there, I can tell you that there is a light on the back.
There's one light back there.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that that was going to be continued to use. I think that for security, it would make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, you're going to have valuable things in there, I would imagine. Do you have a timeline on construction?
Well, it depends on the board.
Well, this board you may have good luck with. The rest is up to you. And then finally, there's the asphalt little back around driveway thing in front of the building on the south side.
Yeah,
Are you going to discontinue the use of that and get rid of it, or what's going to happen with
I'm
that?
going to maintain that. I'm going to fix it up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll incorporate it into whatever is going on there? That's all I have for you. I appreciate the information that you've provided for us. It's been helpful.
Thank you.
Just one point of contact I'd just like to mention. Did you receive the letter from LaBella Associates?
Oh, thank you.
We did, thank you, Michelle, and we acknowledge and concur with their comments in terms of clarifying the property lines, and the comment about the floor drains, which I had talked to Joe about that. Upon the land use approvals, Joe understands that he'll have to apply for construction approval, so the plans will have to account for those floor drains inside the building and the other things. So totally agree with everything in LaBella's comments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing, and anybody that would like to speak in favor of it, come forward. And then we'll follow by people that are opposed to this plan, and then finally, folks that would just like to talk to the board regarding this specific issue. Is there anybody? And just because you weren't in the order I said, go ahead and speak. But remember to say your name, because that would be helpful for Michelle, and tell her your address.
Yes,
Thank you.
My name is Arnie Roberti, 3 Shingle Mill Road. I'm also the owner of 1392 Ridge Road East, a tailor shop, and I've been negligent into welcoming Joe over to the neighborhood, so welcome. He's done a great job so far of fixing things up over there. It was a real eyesore when Rochester Stampings was there. Alan, you had mentioned about the lake back there. We had a nickname for that called Lake Lincoln. Lincoln Hicks owned Rochester Stampings, and that's been a problem for years over there. Unfortunately, I think, Joe, what you're going to find is that dry well leads to like a 55-gallon drum. When I put my dry wells in, we had 3 8,000-gallon dry wells put in. And I think he hand dug out a hole and stuck a 55-gallon drum there and put a concrete top on there. I don't think, it may go over to a sewer, but when I've looked at the county line before to hook up sewers, there were no storm sewers there that hooked up to. So we've got a common problem over there, and maybe we can work something out as far as digging up a suitable dry well to take care of that lake. Nobody likes to see it. It comes over to my property and your property, and it's really something that needs to be taken care of with the slant from Ridge Road on back. And I know that, you know, I had to have my parking lot paved years ago, and I didn't think it made sense. We had stone there, at least that would absorb the water. Now you have asphalt, and it all just congregates down at the bottom of the hill there. The driveway going down, which is on the west side of my building, east side of your building, I believe that is a shared common right-of-way. For years, we've been taking care of the paving and so forth on that. It'd be great to share that cost, by the way. But we should look at that. I look to being a good neighbor with you and to work together to get the, you know, your property up to.
Excuse me, sir.
Thanks.
I'm going to interrupt just for a moment. Can you just address the board? I apologize. I know that you're having a lovely conversation with a member of the audience, but the board is who's here in the
yes.
comments. I apologize for interrupting.
We really do need the information you're going to provide for us. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that so far what I've said you've understood.
Yep.
Okay. A couple concerns I do have as far as the repairs and so forth. I want to make sure that all the repairs are done inside the building, nothing done outside the building. I don't know what kind of repairs in there. If there's painting and so forth done, I'd like to make sure that the environmentals with dust collector and paint collectors are properly taken care of. I've got 80 employees in the building up front, and I want to make sure that no one's breathing in any toxics or any fumes. Also, the any kind of drainage that they have that's properly hooked up and recycled and properly disposed of, oil and so forth. I remember we had a little problem here with Rochester Stampings. They kind of dumped things in the bare earth, so I don't want to see that happen again. Storage of cars. I don't know if there's going to be storage of cars over there, or if it's just going to be worked on, cars that are going to be worked on. It would be nice if I could see is there any way for me to take a look at the layout that, I was just notified about this meeting here and nothing else so far.
We do have, sure. Wait, Michael.
Okay. Thank you. And I think they mentioned that they will not be selling cars out of there. That's really concerns I had is the water and the drainage, environmentals on the repairs, making sure nothing gets repaired outside, so everything's done inside. And if they're not selling cars, that's not an issue. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on this issue? Don't forget to tell us who you are and where you live.
Okay, my name is Jerry Alessi, and I'm at 1422 East Ridge Road. And this is the first I've heard of all of this that's going on, so I really have no idea what's going down. I see the building there. Haven't been notified when the building was bought, and I don't know exactly what's being put down there. They answered a few of my questions tonight, that cars are not going to be sold down there. Concerned whether there's an access road. I've been trying to find out, and I get different stories whether there is or isn't an access road. We've always been able to use that to go in and out, and I'd like to know if that is there or isn't. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board regarding this issue? Seeing none, I'm going to close this case and give the applicant a chance to come back up to address any concerns that he may have heard.
Okay, for car sales, I have the spot on Ridge Road. All right, I sell a lot of cars there. There's no need for me to sell any cars down there. It's just a repair shop. I've been running a body shop for 30 years with a spray booth, and there will be a spray booth here. The water problem, you know, it's your problem and my problem, so we're going to have to fix that together. And I think that's the other gentleman. I don't know where his property is, but that road there, I don't know. I know it's on my property, but I don't know who's responsible for that road.
And
Which
Joe,
we'll
can
find
you
out.
just address the air and the repair situation? I think at the workshop you talked about the scrubbers that you are going to have installed for the air.
Well,
and then,
you buy a certified spray booth. It's certified by New York State. You can't paint cars without it. So that everything goes through the machine, and it catches all the dust, all the pollutants, just like all the other big body shops.
And with respect to the use issues about it being compliant with New York law and indoor repairs only, that's all within the town board's prerogative when they issue the use approval or consider issuing the use approval. So those would be appropriate considerations at that time.
great. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to have to do a seeker on this application, and I've had a chance to take a look at this, but I'd like staff to walk us through what they have found.
Sure thing. So this is, for the purposes of seeker, this is an unlisted action. So before the board can deliberate on a decision, need to make a motion to address the seeker. This is the action before the board is approving site plan and changes to the site associated with a new occupant. And it's a pre-existing developed location, so there's no significant physical alterations that are being contemplated that would potentially raise any large or moderate impacts. Additionally, the facility in its uses for car repair and specifically for car body shop work and painting would have to conform to state codes for venting and air quality and capture of material. And so that would be something that in order for them to be legally operating in the state of New York would need to be able to meet those requirements. And so for that reason, we're finding that there is no significant large or moderate adverse impacts associated with the proposed action and recommending a negative declaration.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion on seeker, if somebody would be so kind. Mr. Huber, thank you.
Upon the matter of request by Santa Motors for for seeker, right?
Yep.
To modify an existing building with site-related improvements on premises 1378 East Ridge Road in a C business district, I recommend that it is a unlisted action under seeker, and that we recommend for approval.
For a negative declaration. That's great. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstain? Great, thank you. So we'll move on to the site plan approval. Does anybody have any concerns about this or any conditions that they'd like to look at?
No, I appreciate the fact that they have to come back for the zoning approval. I think that's going to take care of a lot of the questions about a revised site plan. I will say that doing the math at 4.5 spots per 1,000 square feet, it's something like 67 spots. So I'm confident that the zoning board will address any issues when it comes to site plan revision.
Great. Anybody else? Spencer.
So, Mike, are you suggesting that we?
I'm suggesting that
Approve?
that we approve it as it stands, even with the without the revised site plan in front of us in an official form.
I'm going to assume that that's a motion.
Well, no,
I was just
I'm
discussing.
okay. Yeah.
No,
All right.
I think I'm okay with that. I would just like the condition on there that the town engineer's comments be addressed.
Okay.
Specifically.
And I think that we also have a condition that approval would be based pending on the approval of the zoning board and the town board. Is there any other conditions that anybody else has? Great. So I guess I'm going to just make a motion, PB 1707-2. That's okay? That upon the matter of request by Santa Motor for preliminary final site approval to modify an existing building with site-related approval improvements on premises 1378 East Ridge Road in AC Business District, that we go ahead and approve this pending approval by the town board and by the zoning board. Do I have a second?
Can I just get my note in there about the town engineers?
Yes, and the town engineer. Thank you.
I'll second it now.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And abstain? Thank you, and congratulations, and I'm glad you met your neighbor. So thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just recommend that we take things out of order for a second. You also have on your agenda later on consideration of the special use permit referral to the town board in connection with the same application. It may be appropriate to talk about that now.
That would be wonderful. I appreciate you catching that. Staff can maybe lead us a little bit on this?
I would be happy to do so. Did you want to make your motion do you have to vote it off the table before?
Yep.
Okay. So do you want me to chat before or after I don't know if that makes a difference for order.
I would take it off the table, get Carrie's input, and then you could consider it for a vote.
I would
Oh,
go
no,
ahead and entertain a
I'm-
motion.
it's an item for board action.
So it's not on the table?
I apologize. Yes,
Okay.
no, it's.
So it's a
item
new
for-
item for board action, so you can discuss it and vote.
Great.
Apologies. So the application requires approval from the town board for a special use permit. This is the garage and repair facilities and the like are among the several uses that are listed that requires additional consideration and the town board's authorization associated with the use. The item was the application was accepted and a public hearing date was set at the town board's June 20th meeting. Town board will conduct its public hearing associated with the special use permit at its July 18th meeting. And the board will be looking to determine whether or not this use at this location is appropriate in this given spot. And so this board's referral, positive or negative, will be something that the town board will take into consideration as it deliberates the proposed use at this location.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any thoughts on, and we can hold on for a moment until Michael gets back into the room. If that's okay. Anybody that would like to give any thoughts to it. Just when he comes back, we're just, we would not want to entertain a board action without you here.
I think you could have just, okay. Sorry, everybody. Well, you've been very patient. Thank you.
We're discussing the special use permit and positive or negative recommendation to the town board regarding this project. Did anybody have any thoughts on this?
I think it's about, a really good location for this use. It's kind of hidden, so as far as overhead doors being open and so on, it's really not going to affect anybody. I'd be okay with a positive referral.
Yeah, I would too. I don't think that he's trying to attract new business down there. He has a marquee location just down the street, so.
He's openly said that. He said that there's no selling, no going on, all indoor. I think it's a great use of a overlooked piece of property.
So I think that we could probably entertain a motion to accept a positive referral and send that along to the town board for their consideration upon this matter. Do I have a motion to do that?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Mary? Thank you. Great. All those in favor?
Yep.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Thank you. There we go.
Whether you're like that or not, I'm going to take a pee break.
Okay. And we're just going to take a real quick break, Michelle.
You couldn't hold it, I know.
Thanks, Alan.
And I want to thank everybody for their patience, and we'll be moving on to the next case. I don't think anybody here is interested in that, though.
Match my shirt right now?
Yeah, no, we got it.
No, you're fine.
Yep. We'll take a 5-minute break and start at 9:20.
It'd be good if we have
So thank you.
so that we could bring up.
patience. Michelle, can you go ahead and read the next case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next item on the agenda is case number PB 1707-3. Upon the matter of request by Thornton Engineering, acting as agent for Capstone Real Estate Development, LLC, for subdivision approval and preliminary final site plan approval to subdivide one lot into two and to redevelop an existing school building into a 27-unit apartment building on premises 4530 St. Paul Boulevard, otherwise known as 41 Colebrook Drive, in an R1 residential district.
Great, thank you very much. Just a little piece of housekeeping here. Tonight, we will be doing a public hearing on the site plan only. So it will be site plan review, which is what we have jurisdiction over. In addition to that, we will be making a recommendation on the rezoning to the town board, but they will have final jurisdiction over that. And we'll also be looking at the subdivision of the property tonight. And if I got that wrong, I know that
No,
Rob will make
and just
sure
to
that I-
supplement what you said, Mr. Chairman, the public hearing will be on the subdivision approval and preliminary and final site plan review.
Yep.
People are going to be able to speak at this?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yep. I wouldn't keep you here waiting for nothing. So thank you. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and let the applicant speak to all of us so we know what they have in mind. So thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Don Lasher from Capstone Real Estate Development. With me tonight is Glenn Thornton from Thornton Engineering. As you mentioned, we are here seeking subdivision approval and site plan approval for 4530 St. Paul Boulevard, or what we refer to as 41 Colebrook Street. Our intent, our goal is to renovate the building and convert it into a 27-unit apartment building. With there's 3 floors in the building, so there would be 9 units per floor. Because most of tonight's presentation relates to the site plan and all of the engineering that relates to that, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn and let Glenn take it from here.
Great, thank you. And Glenn, if you do need to use the boards behind you, we do have a microphone, and I'm going to ask you just to grab that and let that be your friend as you walk through.
Thank you. Is that on? Yep. It's good, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Glenn Thornton, Thornton Engineering. This is our first meeting in front of the various town boards. We have a long journey ahead of us, but hopefully things go well. As Don said, the game plan is to subdivide out a 0.95 acre parcel from the current 6.3 acre parcel, which is here on the corner of St. Paul and Colebrook Drive. This is the church property with the parking back here, out onto Washington Avenue, and out on the Colebrook Drive. The subdivision would be the 0.95 acre parcel containing the St. Thomas School building. The remainder of the property will remain owned by the church, and we're just focused on the 0.95 acre parcel itself. We will not have any parking within the subdivided parcel. The parking will be parking within the current church property. They've dedicated an area over here immediately behind the school building for use exclusively by the apartment tenants. They've also allowed us to disperse additional parking spaces so that we're code compliant, which is 54 total spaces, throughout the site. Those spaces aren't designated. It would be wherever there's a space available, an apartment tenant could use that space. There will also be a number of cross-access easements so that the driveways onto Washington Avenue, Colebrook Drive, and St. Paul Boulevard would be used mutually by the church and parishioners and visitors and the apartment tenants. We will also revise the existing driveway. We're proposing to make that a two-way driveway, inbound and outbound. Currently, it was a inbound only for bus traffic. We want to make that a two-way driveway for both our use and the church's use. An item that came up during the review by various, the town engineer and other agencies deals with utilities to the site. Since we are proposing to subdivide off this parcel and create a standalone lot under different ownership, we have to make sure that this lot is served by its own sanitary sewer, lateral, water service, and drainage. We're sorting through that now, but between the church and Capstone, there could be very easily granted easements for shared utilities, or if the drainage is routed through the school property, we would grant an easement to the church to maintain their drainage system through the property. Everybody's been very cooperative on the parking, on the access into and out of the site.
Excuse me, Glenn,
Yes.
I apologize. I mean to interrupt your presentation. Again, I'm going to just make the comment to maybe face the board during the presentation. I apologize.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, okay. So anyhow, I think I'm done looking at the map anyhow. I apologize for that. It's kind of challenging there. But that's it. Now, as a part of this proposal, as you said, we also need to rezone this parcel, this 0.95 acre parcel from R1 residential to R5 residential to allow the use for apartment use. Also, since we are creating a lot within an existing facility, there's a number of zoning requirements that cannot be met by creating this lot. We've applied to the zoning board for a number of variances, basically side setback, rear setback variances. We may even need a building height variance. Not that we're proposing to change the building, but with the rezone to an R5, it might exceed the height limitation in R5. We have a lot area variance request in. The code requires 3,000 square foot lot area per dwelling unit. Since we have 27 dwelling units, we need 81,000 square feet of lot area. With the school building and the amount of property that the church is willing to deed over to Capstone is deficient. I think it's 42,000 or something. So we're looking for variance for lot area. Now, one of the things I think the reason the variance or the lot area requirement is there is because typically you have parking within the lot. We're proposing to have all the parking outside our subdivided lot. So obviously we don't need that much lot area to support what we're proposing to do. As Don said, really there's no changes proposed to the site other than the use of the building, from a school building to apartment use. And I think that's one of the reasons we're in front of the planning board, is for the change of use. That's why site plan approval is needed. We will change the light fixtures on the building. I'm sure right now they are not code compliant light fixtures. We're proposing to remove all the existing light fixtures and fit the building with code compliant downlit LED light fixtures. The driveway, as I said, will now become a two-way ingress-egress driveway. The playground that's there now will be removed and planted to lawn. That's about it. And as I mentioned with the utilities, whatever's needed to address any utility issues, if we need to create new services to either the church or to this parcel being subdivided, we will do that, new sanitary or water service, and we will straighten out the drainage to make sure that if we're routing drainage from our site through the church property, we will obtain an easement from the church to make that happen.
Great,
Thank
you. Don, do you have anything else to add, or?
No, not at this time.
Okay. I'm just going to remind the board that we are looking at this at the site plan. We will not be reaching a conclusion tonight until seeker is decided, and the lead agency on that is going to be the town board, but we will be looking at a subdivision.
I'm just going to clarify, the town board is seeking lead agency status, so it has not yet been declared. This is going to be handled for the purposes of seeker as a coordinated review among the three boards that need to make a decision. And so the town board at its June 20th meeting adopted a resolution seeking status as lead agent. It won't be until the responses come from the other boards that they'll be in a position to declare themselves lead agency, and at that time, and not before then, can they make a determination of significance as far as seeker goes. And so no board will be able to make a render any decision or pass a motion pertaining to this application until seeker's been addressed fully and completed.
Great, thank you. Great, thank you. So just so we know where we're at tonight. And with that, I'm going to ask anybody that would like to speak in favor of this application to step forward. And remember, you're going to be stating your name and your address, and we're going to keep everybody limited to 5 minutes of time, and we have a good timekeeper with us. So I'm going to ask everybody who would like to speak in favor of this project to come forward. Anybody who would like to speak in opposition to this project, why don't you go ahead and stand up, and if you form a queue over here, it will actually go a little bit easier for you and for your neighbors also. Not everybody has to stand up, but if there's 3 or 4 of you on a line, then that would be helpful. And again, go ahead and step up to the podium, state your name and your address.
My name is Michael Yanniga. I live at 165 Colebrook Drive, approximately 6 or 7 properties right down the street from where the proposed apartments are. First off, I grew up in this town ever since I was born. I grew up on Oak Ridge Drive, went to Colebrook and Iroquois as a little child. I bought my first home there about 4 years ago. I plan on living in this town to the day I die. What apartments do to a community that's not zoned for apartments, that has the unique feel of Irondequoit. I mean, that's a residential area. That's not zoned for apartments. There's a reason we have these laws and zoning in place to protect the local property owners. Apartments bring people that don't have home ownership. People that don't have home ownership aren't as much likely to respect the community, to keep up on their property. I'm not necessarily that it's going to bring undesirables, but a lot of apartment complexes do bring undesirables, especially if they turn into low income or government subsidized. Not saying that's going to happen, but regardless of that, it's going to negatively affect the surrounding property owners. It's going to affect property values. There's 2 schools right down the street. You know, you got the kids that you got to think about, what type of people are going to be living there. There's also no lots, very few lots in this town for homes to be built. I question, why not turn that into housing lots? I mean, I understand that's not what this developer wants to do, but that's what the area is. The area is houses. You got a church and you got schools. You don't have apartment complexes anywhere nearby, and I am strongly against it, as I'm sure everybody here tonight. You have a whole room packed full of local residents who do not want this to happen. It would be a big shame if you approve this, and I hope you listen to the voices of the local residents, the people that live closest to there, because we don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to remind folks that we are here to look at the site plan review, and I did neglect to allow the board members to talk to the applicant, and
we can do that after.
We can do that afterwards, but I do want to remind the applicant that I probably will need them to stick around.
Hi, my name's John DiPagetto. I live at 4559 St. Paul Boulevard. It's right across, diagonally across street from St. Thomas the Apostle Church. Okay, and I've lived in the area. I was raised on Barron's Road, next street from Thomas Avenue. Okay, I've lived there since 1967. I did 20 years in the military and brought my family back to West Irondequoit. but it's not the place for, there's always, I'm a firm believer there's a time and place for everything, and this is not the place for a housing complex. Okay, I mean, you got an elementary school right down the street, you got tracks, Dendora Drive, Austin Estates is right across the street, okay? And furthermore, when they closed that church for the few years that they did, they sold the house on St. Paul Boulevard right next to the entranceway, okay? But getting back to the basics, okay? An old parishioner left that church $500,000 when she passed away. Okay, I don't even know if any of these people are aware of it. Okay, and the only reason why they got the money back is because they had to open up that church back for 2 masses. Okay, that's why they opened up the church on Sundays at 9:30 in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning to get that money back. Okay, and I got that from a very good source, believe me. Okay, but I don't know if anybody knew that, but I'm just against the housing complex there. It's a strictly residential area, and that's how I would like it to see it.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Tom Ramsey. I live at 116 Pinecrest Drive. My wife Marie here, who's with me, and I have lived in that house for 25 years. I grew up in Irondequoit. I've been a parishioner of St. Thomas the Apostle since approximately 1981. Marie and I are here tonight to oppose this application. We are opposed to having an apartment building in the neighborhood. We believe it's totally outside the character of the neighborhood. We're not sure what studies there might be as to the public safety aspect of what strain the apartment building would present with regard to police services, fire services, etc. But as everybody knows, the infrastructure in our town is aging and it's strained already. There are some issues already with the storm drainage in our area and with the water main in our area that needs to be dug up from time to time. And can we really afford to put more strain on the system? There's obviously, if the driveway turned into a two-way driveway, that'll be more traffic in our area and more strain on the highway. Also, if you look at what Capstone has been up to, I'm not saying that this would happen necessarily in this situation, but the last project that they were apparently involved building some kind of mental health facility, and I don't think that it's the kind of thing that we would want to have in our neighborhood. It seems like this parcel is unsuited to the purpose for which they want to put it, and in short, I just don't see this as fitting the character of our neighborhood at all, and we strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that our house is on the corner of
Pinecrest and Washington.
Pinecrest and Washington is the north. Well, it's on the
northeast corner.
Northeast corner. Thank you. And to make that entrance onto Washington would be a lot of traffic right there, entering and exiting onto Washington. There's a crosswalk there for the kids to cross and to go to school, and it's always very busy there. So that street, Pinecrest in Washington, has a four-way stop, actually a two-way stop now. And they put the stop signs there a few years ago because of the traffic, and they were worried about the speeding traffic as a kind of a through cut from Washington going all the way across Seabreeze and straight up. So the town has already recognized by putting in those stop signs that there is a traffic issue there. And I think that the number of, it's not just the number of units, but how many people will reside there to increase the traffic at that area where there's the crosswalk and otherwise very, very busy roadway there. And I just reiterate that when that it changes, any apartment complex, no matter for what usage or what population is there, changes the feeling and the nature of the community. And that's recognized going back to a United States Supreme Court case of 1926. And it talked about how there's not that investment in the community, but others come and basically take advantage of what has been the homeowners' hard work and equity to improve our property. I just want to say one other thing quickly is that we're very blessed, both of us are employed. I have a fair amount of experience with this kind of issue, being a county attorney for 20-something years that I just retired from. But we spent, although we're blessed to have done it, we've spent a lot of money just making our home habitable, since it was not improved for numerous years before we moved in there. It was vacant for at least half of a year, the gentleman being able to live in Florida for that time. But having put that much into it and investing our hard work and long hours into that, I am hesitant to see anything diminish the property. And I've been told by both the mortgage holder and by our insurance company that our insurance rates will go up and our property values will go down. And that's consistent with the literature in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I just add one more thing?
I'm going to give people one bite at the apple because there's a long line. So I'm sure you'll appreciate to let your neighbors have a word too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jean Howard Cherubim, and I'm a resident of the town of Irondequoit. I live in Austin Woods on Radnor Lane. I've lived at our property for 4 years. We lived in Pittsford for 24 years. And from Pittsford, we moved and bought a condo in Park Avenue area on Berkeley Street. We were there for 10 years. And our house that we wanted to have in retirement, because I like walking. I didn't have a lake in Pittsford, but we really love walking to the lake. And I walked there, ice, warm weather, snow. I love it. What I did not expect was to really have my choices taken away from me when I heard about the housing complex that would be developed, or the apartment buildings that would be developed by Capstone. I do not want that. I have worked in an environment where I have served people with different needs and a lot of disabilities. And often when the apartments are built and the housing's developed, there is a program that's associated with many of the people who have a need for housing with support services. Often the housing with support services bring a lot of other additional things to the community. It could be opportunities, but at times it's not an opportunity. There are, at that intersection of Colebrook and St. Paul, there are children going to school. There are crossing guards there. There are little kids holding hands going to and from schools. And often those apartment units are not supervised as well as they should be supervised. So I think our community needs to really look at, what do the people who live here already? We did not ask for apartment units, and I'm really opposed to the apartment units in our neighborhood. And I'd like, also, I'm wondering if the developers looked at some of the schools that are looking for programs, like charter schools in our community are looking for buildings and housing, buildings like that school that's on the property of St. Thomas Church. So I think there needs to be another look at what's going on, and for us to be more, inspect what other opportunities could be for our children and our neighbors in that community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, I didn't get what number Radnor Lane you're on.
111.
111. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Robert Touchon. I live at 52 Colebrook Drive. I'm right across from the driveway that comes out to Colebrook, and it's probably been a problem or an issue for us forever, but I think it would really be an issue if there was two-way traffic coming out of that driveway onto Colebrook. I mean, most people know that Colebrook is a fair amount of traffic, especially with the school and the buses, et cetera, and so forth. But with cars going in and out, kids walking, normal, just neighbors walking and so forth. So, me personally, I would wish that driveway would go away. But that's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name's Michael Valenti, and this is my girlfriend.
Erica Bucciarelli.
We just purchased a home, 4766 St. Paul Boulevard. I grew up in Irondequoit. It's always been a safe, comfortable place that I've loved to live, which is what brought me back here. The reason I chose to move to this part of Irondequoit is because I didn't want to be around apartment complexes. They can bring traffic, crime, drop property value. I've been around it before. I own a home in the city, and my truck's been broken into several times, as well as my home. I came here because I want to be comfortable. I want to start a family here, as well as many people have, done. Sorry, a little nervous, but I just want it to be that home feeling. I walk my dog right by it every single day. I love it. It's quiet. I shake everyone's hand. I know everybody, and the people I don't know are very friendly. A lot of times when you're in an apartment complex, you don't see that. People will stay to themselves a little more, have a bit more of an attitude. It just worries me, that's all.
I have a couple issues I want to mention. Sanitation. I don't think there is really enough room for proper sanitation, like as previously stated. Drainage issues, flooding. Also, I don't think there's proper parking for what they're proposing. I know when we walk our dog, like when they have church and stuff in the morning, they're always parking on the street. So I don't know how everyone would have enough parking. Also, do we know what kinds of people would be here? Subsidized living, Section 8, high ends, what would be here? I guess there's a lot of questions that the community and this whole room has. And I'm very passionate about this, and I know everybody is. Everyone's worked so hard to live in a community, where we feel safe, happy, at home. And I think these are the real issues, and I think this is an awful idea, if I'm being honest. Like someone was saying earlier, why don't we think about a charter school or it's a single-family home area. It's not an apartment area. It will lower property values between 2 and 4%, statistically proven. And I just think that this is the community, and there's hundreds more, I'm sure. So when you're making your decision about to allow this or not, you should look at the faces here and tell us that this is a great idea, because it's not.
Great, thank you. I just want to remind folks that we are not going to make a decision on rezoning. That will be a town meeting, and I know that Carrie would be more than happy to tell us when that town meeting is, so you can attend that to voice your opinion about the rezoning too.
So the public hearing at the town board with respect to the rezoning application is scheduled for Tuesday, July 18th. The public hearing notice will be posted in the Irondequoit Post. The agenda will be posted on the town website and as well on the board. I think there are other public hearings that are scheduled for that night. The first public hearing doesn't start until 7:35. I don't know if this one is the first one or where it is on the, and so forgive me for a minute, we can verify that.
Thank you. I know that the audience members would relish the chance to participate.
It's according to the resolution, it is scheduled for 7:35. So that would be the time, the meeting of the town board will start at 7 PM. Public hearing won't be called until 7:35.
So make your reservations now, 7:30.
No reservation needed, you just need to, they'll open the public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Rory Shellhorn. I live at 527 Pine Grove Avenue. I attend St. Thomas Church and have been part of it since 1976. Yeah, my home is from 1976. I have two issues that I want to address. The minutes that were sent to you, I think it's called, hold on, the town of Arundecoit's application for the planning board submitted from this particular group. Number 8 in their questionnaire, let me find it. I'll read the question. Will the proposed action result in substantial increase in traffic above the present level? They said no. And I read through some of these other questions that were answered, and I questioned their yeses and nos. And number 20, when they said that, has the site of the proposed action of the adjoining property been the subject of remediation or ongoing hazardous waste? They said no. But I think the building itself is old, and I don't know if there's asbestos in this building, and that would, I think, be considered a hazardous waste. Now, the other person before us talked about breathing toxic fumes. I don't know what this board does or the Arundecoit does to make sure that anything was ever done to the building would be controlled toxic fumes. My other issue is the safety of the people that are in the parking lot, the children that come across. To make that a two-way street, it does increase traffic. It also increases the liability of accidents. Who has that liability? If the people in the apartment complex does, the owner of the building would be the person that would be, I would think, their insurance. It's like a sandwich now. We've had the church, we have the rectory, and now we have the middle of the sandwich. I guess I'm opposed to this plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is there anybody else?
My name's Ken Roush. I live at 4645 St. Paul Boulevard. Not only do I live in the neighborhood, but I'm a member of St. Thomas the Apostle Latin Mass community. We're utilizing that church and the parish center actively, and the school is right in the middle of it. And there are a number of concerns that I have about that. The shared parking arrangement, is that a written document that is shared with the public? Because there's an issue of cost for maintaining the parking lot, snow removal. Who's going to be responsible for just that type of ongoing type of thing? And if the space around the building that's utilized is going to restrict some of the travel lanes in the current parking lot, who's responsible for restriping if that's necessary? The stormwater runoff of that, is that going to be strictly the responsibility of the church, or is that going to be part of the shared responsibility of this new development if it goes through? The other concerns I have about that is the church and the school are currently connected. And, what does that mean if this is sold and developed? Is that connection still going to be there? Because it's an interior connection, and there's maybe a potential security issue on both sides or a fire issue on both sides. The other thing I'm aware of is that the gas service to the school building goes through the church at this point in time, from my understanding. There's even a common meter at this point. So that's a consideration that's going to have to be dealt with. And the last question I have at the moment is, this is zoned from R1 to R5, even if this is market rate apartments at this point in time, is there anything that will prevent it automatically from becoming low-income housing in the future without some sort of public input? I think that's all I have at the moment.
Well, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Peter LaPietra. I live at 94 Harvington Drive. I'm a resident of that neighborhood, and I'm also a member of the Latin Mass community. I echo a lot of the concerns about this project, but with regards to the site plan and the parking, I have the parking arrangement. I have a little bit of experience with parking situations. I'm concerned about who polices the situation with the parking. If you have designated parking for the apartment and then you have church parking, I'm part of Little League. I'm a former president of Little League, and we have a lot of issues with parking. People just kind of park where it's most convenient, and without any monitoring of that, there's really nothing to police where people park. Even new residents of this complex, some people were concerned about parking on Colebrook Drive during Mass. Well, what's to keep them from parking at Colebrook Drive every day if it's closer to the building? Those are some concerns about that plan. When we look at 27 units on a one acre parcel, this is a neighborhood. I live on Harvington. There's 27 units. It's pretty much most of the street is 27 units. So as far as the amount of traffic, extra cars in a condensed area, I grew up in this neighborhood, and I walk in this neighborhood. There's a lot of kids that cut through, residents that cut through from St. Paul right through the parking lot to Washington. It seems like this plan, while it might fit certain legal requirements, there wasn't a lot of research on how the neighborhood flows and how this type of project and the layout would affect safety. Right now you have the church and you have the rectory. People walk from the church to the rectory after Mass for coffee hours and stuff like that. There's a lot of children. When you have, a residential parking situation in the middle of that, I see a lot of potential. It's hard enough just on, during church days where, with looking out for children. And so I have a lot of concerns from a safety standpoint and a fit standpoint of this project in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Mary Sapone. I live at 407 Washington Avenue. I'm an educator, so this is all very new to me, but I move and I own a single family home. I don't have any children or anything like that, and I feel like specifically West Irondequoit is certainly trying to emerge as one of the really top communities in the area. Even earlier when we were talking about I Square, Pittsford came up a lot and things like that. And, being an educator and working in a local school district, not West Irondequoit, I'm pretty alert to what the best school districts are, I suppose, in the area. And I think that West Irondequoit certainly is one of them. Has there been any thought to the amount of children that this apartment complex might bring to the area? Is the school district at all involved in that? I don't really know what that means in terms of a town board sort of perspective. I'm very, very concerned about it becoming low-income housing. I'm very concerned about the safety impact of that. In terms of the aesthetics of the community, would be pretty major. To me, that's less important, but I know that we spent about 2 hours talking about bushes or something like that in front of I Square. So, if we're going to talk about aesthetics of the community, an apartment complex is pretty major for that area, I think. So I would be really shocked if you guys approve this to happen, because it would be a major, major impact on that neighborhood, and nowhere near in Penfield or Pittsford or Fairport, nobody would ever put up with this. It wouldn't even be on the docket to be talked about. People wouldn't put up with that around there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Johnson. I live at 192 Harvington. This perhaps is the worst idea I've ever heard presented in front of a group. I live down the street, I live around the block, and for a couple different reasons I can tell you why this is the worst idea. Number one, the multiple variances we only got a little tidbit from the engineer. Something that requires this many variances tells you either we're zoned wrong there already or this shouldn't be put there. I don't think this should be put there. An apartment complex, 54 cars coming in 24 hours a day whenever people come and go. A complex being put in the middle of a residential area. Again, a horrible idea. And when I think about Colebrook School, where my kids went, K through 3, or 4th through 6th grade at Iroquois, where my kids went, I think about my kids walking to school. I think about my kids crossing that kind of a crazy intersection there at Washington right by that entrance. This is a lousy idea. This is a crazy, lousy idea. And putting an apartment complex just to satisfy someone's need for, hey, I can do something with this old building, I can get it cheap, and I can do something with it, is a bad idea. So I am opposed to it. I think traffic safety for kids walking to school is going to be greatly affected. And again, the mere fact that there's multiple variances needed just to make this thing fly in this old school building just tells you again how bad of an idea it is. Again, I am opposed.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Planning Board. My name is Dan Hare. I live at 376 Washington Avenue. Clearly, this group has just suffered through a 130-minute tutorial on the inner workings of the Planning Board, and we're all still here, and a few left because they had to. I have 4 children with 7 college degrees. They all started at Colebrook. I'm 5 houses down from the intersection at 376. This is just an awful idea. This is just going to change the texture of the entire neighborhood. All these folks coming and going, folks you don't know. Clearly a 1 or 2 year turnover. I don't know that the neighborhood really has the infrastructure to support this thing anyways. It's clear that the people proposing this are going to have to jump through multiple hoops to even think about making it happen. And I find in life that when things are this difficult, it's probably an endeavor that you shouldn't undertake. So I, and all of these folks that have weathered the storm of I-Square and all the rest of it, say that this is a really bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Hi. I'm Jim Clark. I live at 742 Eaton Road. I think this whole project needs a little bit of transparency. We don't see a lot of it, honestly. First of all, where his financing is coming from, because if his financing is coming from HUD, he has to have subsidized homes and Section 8. A dime of it, he has to cater to them. HUD is a problem, and we don't need it in that neighborhood. The financing and their issues of how they do things is not right, and I think we don't need it right now, and we don't need it here in Irondequoit. The other issue is legal issues. We don't have any idea what the legal situation is between the construction firm or the company who's financing this and the church. He's talking about easements and things like that. We don't know what that agreement is. As for thirdly, now a lot of your engineering issues you're talking about, I worked in facilities for SUNY Brockport. I'm going to tell you right now, if you got to go through that much problem of splitting up utilities and things like that, it's a lot of money. And I don't think the church should be sharing any kind of utilities with their project. Heating, cooling, gas, electric, any of it. That's their problem. Let them deal with it. They got to put money into it. That's your money. And you got to deal with it yourself. And we shouldn't have to pay for any of that. And that's why it's all around is a bad idea. So I think the board should really think about this, and I think before we even go forward, that some of this stuff should come out. You know, where the finances coming from, some of the legal issues of how this is being split up, and I think the people here should know about it. We shouldn't be in the dark about it. We just found out about some of this. Some of us just found about it recently. So, if you're gonna mull this over anymore, please let us know some of the details. I would appreciate it.
Great,
very
thank you.
much. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Solomon Valdez. I live at 310 Pinecrest. Thank you for this opportunity to address the planning board on this proposal. I, myself and my family moved here from Colorado approximately about 12 years ago. 8 years, we've been living in Arundecoit for the last 8 years. We looked at several different towns and just fell in love with West Arundecoit, especially this area here with Pinecrest. It has a nice small town feel from where I come from. You know your neighbors. It's easy to walk through. The traffic is minimal. Close, easy access to St. Thomas the Apostle, which we are members, and also my kids have also gone to school at Arundecoit, and now we're at the high school. We are very concerned with the project, with the amount of units going in, the amount of traffic that are going to be involved in the roadways that are now there. There's a lot you talk about you want a walking community. This is a walking community. People walk through there all the time, and if you're going to be increasing car traffic, I think you're asking for a recipe of disaster. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is being a homeowner, and basically a first homeowner, is losing my investment. It's been proven statistically that with these kind of developments going into these kind of nearby residential areas, that the property values will decrease and our premiums will go up. We are a middle-class family. We do not have a lot of extra income. What we do, we put a lot into our property to maintain it and improve it, and this is, in my opinion, would be just a horrible idea and would be an insult to all the residents in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Hi, Denise Flanagan, 4588 St. Paul Boulevard. I believe, as many of the people do here, that apartment would lower the values of our homes, and I'm wondering if the town of Arundecoit will lower our assessment as well if this apartment complex goes through. People buy with a certain level of trust that they buy in this area with a certain level of trust that the area will remain residential, and changing from R1 to R5 is only going to open the door for future development ideas. In fact, I know that there is another developer poking around on the side looking to have a neighborhood parish meeting to tell the people why it would be a great idea to give more of our parking and build more housing there, not just what this school is about. Let's see. I know that there's apartments at the end of St. Paul Boulevard right now, westage at the harbor, and I know that there's a development plan in place at the end of Thomas Avenue. I would like to see, before there's even a vote to subdivide, to see a study that would validate that these apartments that this area could even sustain more apartments. My big concern too with the parking, I just don't think sharing parking with an apartment complex is going to work. I saw the preliminary subdivision map, and I saw the designated spots for the apartment, and I saw the overflow area way in the back by the woods, and I just don't believe that anybody in the apartment is going to, on a cold winter's day when the designated spots are filled, go all the way over to the other side. And in addition to that, when we plow the parking lot, that's where, on a really bad day, all the extra snow goes over there, covering up a bunch of those parking spots. I'd like to see the owner of the property, the church, the parish at large, actually revisit what it could do to retain the building and do some other kind of use where it is still an owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board tonight? Good evening.
Hello. I'm William Interlakia. I live at 379 Pinecrest Drive. I've been here for 41 years. My kids went to school here. I grew up a family here. My wife and I live here still, and I wanted to stay here. Now, a lot's been said that I don't want to bring it all up again. Just a few points. If these were going to be high-end apartments, I think they would have said that right from the beginning. They were going to be lavish apartments. They're not, obviously. 2, the other night on the news, anybody that has a landlord, they're going to bring it into law, I believe. Anybody that's on Section 8 cannot be turned down by a landlord. Now, if these are going to be regular apartments, Section 8 pays a lot of money. And this is being built for money, right? This is why people do things, for money. I just want you to think about that.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to address the board? Anybody else that would like to talk to the board?
Going 3 times?
Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. I'm going to ask the applicant to step forward, and I'm going to give the board members a chance to talk to them about the site plan a little bit. Michael, do you want to go ahead and start? And it could be any of the Michaels.
You have your options, huh? The questions, I had a couple of questions. The first one is the connection to the school. As was brought up, and as I noticed on the plans, there is a small corridor that connects to the school building. Is that going to be severed?
Our intent is to leave the connection, and we'll probably have to protect it with access. There are light fixtures, HVAC in there that will have to be separated, but we will leave it. It's an exit for the church. It's an exit, although I don't believe we need it. It's just a nice exit to have there, and there's really no sense in removing it today.
Okay. The other question I had, and I apologize if I didn't see it, if I overlooked it, there's a lot of papers sitting here on the desk. Did you submit a traffic study?
We did not.
Okay. All right, that's all I've got.
Yeah, one of my major comments that I had down was traffic study. I think that would be very helpful to understand traffic study, kind of pre and post, and I mean previous use, and also how that maybe would work with the church parking and their timing. So maybe some time references in the analysis would be helpful. Do you? This is probably a question for the engineer here. Do you know the width of the blacktop drive that you're proposing to go to 2-direction?
The surveyor didn't pick that up. I was just out there. I thought it was around 20 feet wide.
Okay, because
Yeah, you're going to need to go into the mic or grab the other mic off the...
I believe the driveway is about 20 feet wide. It would support two-way traffic. If there's a problem with the width and the board would like it widened, I'm sure we would do that.
Okay, that's something I think would need to be looked at because I think it's narrow. Do you have any information about the proposed dumpster enclosure? Materials?
The size of it, or just what we would build it
Yes,
out of?
yeah, what would be built out of?
So, we haven't really looked that far, but it would probably be either a masonry material or wood, a fencing, something like that, maybe in vinyl. We haven't looked that far.
Okay, my only other, I guess, question, or maybe it's kind of a comment, is I think at workshop it was discussed that there were no exterior changes proposed. I know we mentioned maybe some light fixtures being updated, but no additions,
No additions. Our intent is to change the entrances, windows, replace the roof, repair the masonry, and change the lighting fixtures.
Okay.
The rest of it's removal.
I can safely say Michael again.
My biggest concern is the shared parking. That's obviously for a different time. One thing here also with the dumpster. Obviously, if you have 27 apartments, you're going to need more than one dumpster, most likely.
Or tote.
Or a tote of some type. That's all I got for right now. But my main concern, just walking down there on a Sunday morning, that whole half circle's filled. I'm really having a hard time with shared parking. I think it needs to be a designated parking for the church and for the apartment building, because, like the folks have said, people are going to park at the least resistance, and that could be all up in the front, and so that's my big concern.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask a couple questions. The dumpster placement, that's right up against the building? Is that where it's going to
Corner on
stay?
the land that we have now. The other alternative would be to put it closer to Colebrook, which just doesn't. seem
Yeah,
like
that's not
fits the
going to be too,
neighborhood.
make
Right.
anybody there
So
happy.
we have it on the south side of the building.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask the audience to refrain. It makes it very difficult for the mics to pick up the commentary from the dais and from the podium for the folks that are watching at home right now, and for the purposes of recording, so that we can have it for the record. So I thank you for that.
The HVAC system, where is that going? My understanding is that you guys are changing that out, right?
We're going to replace the boiler system with either split system, a furnace, and we would set the condensing units on the roof, not on the site.
And are you going to do anything to protect the sound coming off the roof?
They are smaller residential type units, so they're the same thing you see sitting outside your home.
All right, so it's not going to reverberate
No,
out
it won't be a
into the-
large packaged rooftop unit. There'll be 27 smaller condensing units there, just like at a home.
Okay. I just want to go back to the dumpster real quick. Obviously, if you leave it there, it's going to be disturbing to your tenants, so that'll be up to you guys to take care of. But I think masonry is going to be the way that this board has traditionally encouraged and sometimes demanded that you go with it. I guess the subdivision between the church and the school, you guys have already made provisions that way. Is that going to be a total disconnect, or what's going to happen there?
The connector building?
Yeah.
So we would separate, again, light switches, HVAC, anything that's there. We would probably have to construct a firewall to separate the two uses by, New York State Building Code, but the connector today would stay.
Okay. And then is there a landscaping plan for the front of the building and then the side of the building, the driveway side?
So along the side of the building, we are planning to remove the previous school's, I guess, playground. It's a very small playground.
Right.
And the fencing that's there now, and restore that to grass.
So it'll all be grass there, and then where are the entrances for the tenants?
There is one on the south. There's the connector that faces the church. There could be a connection there. We haven't laid that out yet. But there's a stair tower on the southeast corner of the building, the northeast corner. Do you have the northeast corner of the building, and one at the front that enters into the first floor of the building only. So
But
there
is
are
it-
3 stair towers.
Is there going to
now.
be something close to the driveway? I mean, that's going to be where people are
This-
going to park as
the
close as
southeast corner
Okay.
is closest to the 22 designated spaces.
Great.
Or
And then
20.
one last thing, is there going to be an elevator in the building?
There is. It's shown in the, pretty close to that entrance, right when you walk in. It's probably hard to see on an 11 by 17, but it's closest to the stair tower at the southeast corner.
All right, thank you. Michael?
No comment.
I can safely say it again.
No, you can't.
There's been a lot of question around here, or people jumping to conclusion. Can you say at this time, are we going to have high-end apartments, or are we going to have middle, or are we going to have what?
So there'll be what's known as market rate, somewhere between high-end and market rate.
Okay, you answered my question. Go ahead.
Excuse me, you
yeah,
cannot speak
excuse
from the audience, ma'am.
What's your point of order?
rest of us to comment here now. This should have been presented all at once so we could be heard on these other issues that are being elaborated on.
So with respect to your comment about point of order, what was just offered into evidence isn't necessarily relevant to the request before these boards. That goes to the use and to the rezoning, which is the subject of the town board action, and there'll be a subsequent public hearing that you can speak at.
Yeah, yes, sir, I understand that, but to the board's question about, for example, the parking, I would have a comment about the parking. What about holidays and things like this?
And the parking,
Might have questions that would have been asked or comments that would have been asked had this been done.
you're going to get her?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The parking issue is actually something that's going to require a zoning board variance, and so there'll be a public hearing at the zoning board to address the shared parking configuration. And I'm just going to tell you that there'll be two other public hearings that are going to be conducted. The one at the town board on July 18th associated with the rezoning application currently before the town board. So any comments related to that reuse and the occupancy of the building would be appropriate there. Anything having to do with the parking configuration and the shared parking is going to be requiring the zoning board's relief, granting relief through variances, and they'll be on the zoning board's July agenda, which is Monday, July 10th. And so those will be two other opportunities where public comment can be provided, because this board is going to contemplate site plan approval, but it would be conditioned on the zoning board's granting of relief for the parking configuration requirement. So their approval and again, no action can be taken until seeker has been resolved, and so this board won't be deliberating on any of these things. The zoning board won't be deliberating on the application that goes before them until the seeker determination of significance has been issued, and that will take a little bit of time because it's being done as a coordinated review.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramsey. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our board member. No, thank you, Mrs. Ramsey. You will get another chance to be heard.
And you can do that at the town board, and you're always welcome to submit written comments to the town, and they'll be added to the file for purposes of the record.
So, Mr. Huber, go ahead and ask your question to the applicant. Thank you.
I have a question specifically on site plan. That is, I want to reiterate what the rest of the board members are saying about the dumpsters. It has traditionally been our request to have those as masonry structures, probably like split block face, cinder block.
Sure.
Maybe if they could be moved further away from the building and the residents, that might be good. I'm wondering specifically, since we're looking at site plan, about windows and doors. So you said that you were going to replace the windows and doors. Did you get the request to bring samples or what those are going to look like? You got a nice looking building there, and I don't know if you've looked onto whether that is I know that's not currently listed on the National Register, but it may be eligible. So we won't want to do anything to disrupt that ability. Did you have any ideas what those replacements might look like?
Very
or
similar.
If they're totally necessary?
It will be necessary. Well, let me rephrase it. There's several that are broken or missing,
Sure.
or the seals are out of now. But our intent is to replace them with something very, very similar, although we may request to change a color to something that stays cleaner.
Is it all? You mentioned that it might be just window and the door and the windows surrounding the doors, or is it all of the
All of
windows,
them, yeah.
including the Palladian windows that you have on the front?
Those we would have to take a closer look at.
Just that's something that I would like to see more closely.
Okay.
I have a quick question. On this layout, I don't see any sitting areas or picnic areas or bike racks, or is there going to be any general use area for the residents to?
It's not a general use area. We have 27 one-bedroom units there.
Okay.
So we'll have bike racks somewhere adjacent to the entrance. I don't think we've placed those already. We did not place those on a site plan, but we would install
No
them.
common area outside, huddle or read a book or anything?
No.
Okay.
Is there anybody else from the board that has any other questions? I also wanted to give the applicant just a quick chance to talk to us about anything that they heard that from the testimony that you think that we would be considering tonight.
Actually, I had one more question real
Yep.
quick before we move on.
I'm a guy that likes to grill. I'd even say I'm the master of the grill. Wondering if you're going to have a location where folks can go out and do that. You know, sort of an area that I think this is sort of the same question you were asking. You know, not really not on a patio or anything, but a place that is set aside where they can go out and cook some food or.
So the only area on our land or our parcel would be the site or the area adjacent where the playground is today.
Okay.
We could certainly take a look at that.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Glenn? The public hearing, sir, is closed on this issue.
Sir, the public hearing has been closed. That's all. That's all. You'll have more opportunities, as we discussed earlier. This is closed. That's it.
A guy who can't take no for an answer.
Just move on.
Why don't we just move on? Glenn, Don, do you guys have anything else to add?
Do you think so? It's fine. I mean,
Does it have to go with 3 floors?
there were questions raised by the board about traffic concerns, and we can certainly pull together a traffic analysis. I'm sorry. Yes, let me repeat that. There were questions raised by the board about traffic. We could certainly pull together a traffic study evaluating the traffic impacts from the proposed conversion to 27 apartments, if desired.
Great, thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as we said, the neighbors will get further chance to discuss this issue at further meetings, and we appreciate you participating tonight. I'm going to ask our capable attorney to...
So there's a few items on your agenda this evening in connection with this project. The first one is you've closed the public hearing for the subdivision approval and preliminary site plan and final site plan approval. That's the action that's before this board in connection with the project. So as staff indicated in the opening remarks and the introduction to the project, no board action can be taken until the seeker process is complete. So the first thing you may wish to do tonight is entertain a motion to table those approvals to a subsequent meeting once seeker is complete.
I would like to go ahead and make that motion, that we do table this and awaiting the approval of a seeker determination as well as lead agent on that. If we can go ahead and get a second on that motion?
Second.
Mary? Without objection, or everybody in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstain?
I abstain.
And then, Mr. Chairman, in connection with that motion, the next item before you is to consider consenting to the town board of the town of Arundequoit being lead agency for purposes of the seeker review. They've declared their intent to be lead agency, so both this board and the zoning board of appeals would need to consent to allow them to conduct the seeker process as the lead agency.
Let them have it.
Is that a motion, Mr. Evelyn?
I think it is.
On the matter of the town board's request for lead agency pertaining to the project proposed at 4530 St. Paul Boulevard, a.k.a. 41 Coldbrook Drive, I say it's all theirs.
Second.
Great. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
Great. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, the final item on your agenda this evening in connection with this project is to make a recommendation to the town board in connection with the rezoning request. And as part of that recommendation, I just want to reiterate that folks in the audience will have an opportunity to be heard at any future town board meetings, as well as they have the opportunity to submit written correspondence to the town at any time in connection with the application. The applicant did offer to prepare a traffic study, so that you may consider that relevant to your recommendation to the town board on the rezoning request. and you could condition or supplement your recommendation on that basis.
Great. Should we have a little conversation about this? About how anybody, a positive or negative recommendation to the town board regarding the subdivision or the rezoning, I'm sorry. Anybody have a strong feeling one way or another?
Come on, say something. What are we here for? Nobody wants it.
Just want to call order.
Pardon?
Call order.
Yeah.
We need the audience to really maintain.
Yeah,
I'm
we
going
need
to ask.
everyone to
I'm going to
cooperate.
have to clear the room if we don't have some order. All right, thank you. It's getting late, and I know that you guys are as tired as we are. I would recommend that we do send this off to the town board for their consideration. I don't know if anybody has a strong feeling otherwise.
It's a great opportunity for another chance for people to be heard.
That's my feeling about it. I mean, and that's the one way that the neighbors are going to be able to be heard is if we send this off to the town board for them to go ahead and hear this. So I'll go ahead and make a motion. Yeah, go ahead,
sorry.
Michael.
Is that?
And Mr. Chairman, you would need to tie to that motion a positive or negative recommendation. And I would also suggest that you tie to that some findings in connection with what you've heard so far, things you'd like the town board to consider during their review process. That sort of thing would need to be attached to any motion.
Great. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Did you have something you wanted to?
No.
I know that we talked about the traffic study.
I think that's fair.
Was there anything else in the testimony that we heard tonight that people would like to have the town board consider?
Shared parking. I think that's important. I think that's important on a Sunday. I think that's important on large. I'm going to say church days because I can't come up with the word right now because it's 10:30. Large days of activity at the church. I think that's going to be a concern. I know they have 21 designated spots, but there's 27 apartments there. So I think that's something they need to look into.
Perhaps number of units. Is it absolutely necessary to have 27? Or is that a zoning board thing?
It's a zoning board relief issue for sure, just because of the variance required. So that's something the zoning board would also address.
I would like them to take a look at that driveway from changing it to one-way to two-way. Anything else that anybody has?
Are we not to send our thoughts to the town board about our feelings about rezoning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm all ears.
Well, I'm not in favor of rezoning the property.
So you. Okay.
So when you put your motion together, and you could tag on to mine. Tag on my thought.
So your thought would be that we send a negative recommendation to the board?
Yes.
The town board?
Yes.
Is anybody else? Is that?
I back him.
I bet.
Pardon? Is there anybody else that has any thought on that one way or another?
The other way to do it as well is if there are particular areas that you think need to be studied, you could make your recommendation negative or positive, subject to the town board being satisfied with certain issues being investigated and or addressed. So that way you can defer to them as the legislative body that has the authority to make rezoning decisions. You could say, we recommend a negative recommendation, but if you find X, Y, and Z to be the case, then we recommend that it be rezoned, or vice versa. We recommend rezoning of the parcel subject to the town board being satisfied with A, B, and C. So there's a way to structure a motion that way as well. If there are particular areas of concern that you think need to be investigated or addressed based on what you've heard tonight.
Well, just based on what I know about the neighborhood and based on
What we heard.
what we've heard from the residents, this would be a huge jump for us to approve rezoning, knowing that we're looking at 27 one-bedroom apartments in an area that it just doesn't cosmetically fit, doesn't aesthetically fit. It doesn't make sense. And I may be full of BS, but that's my gut.
More like a change of character.
Well, it is.
to the
It's
neighborhood.
huge. It's a huge character change. Thank you for that word.
And on top of that, the safety aspect of it too.
Can we maybe
Is,
make
is
that?
our recommendation only based on site plan, or?
So your recommendation should be tied to legitimate land use concerns that you think will aid the town board in their decision making. So the function of the recommendation and referral is for you as planning board members that have certain technical expertise to flag issues for the town board for them to consider as they look at the rezoning requests and hear the testimony from the public. So they're really looking for you to flag items that you need them to investigate further based on what you've heard if the request is to move forward.
That's a wonderful thought. Thank you. Really good.
Great. Do you have anything? So I guess I just need to take a straw poll here, find out where we're at. Do we want to do it the way to offer the town board a chance to look at this in a positive way with getting answers to the traffic, the shared parking, the changing of the driveway? I've got the change of character and safety, although I think we should flush that out a little bit more.
And you can be very specific if that's the way you want to go, Mr. Chairman, in your findings. You can say that we recommend rezoning subject to the town board obtaining a traffic study from developer and it being studied by the town's consultant to determine, adequacy and availability of traffic flow to handle this project as proposed. You could make it that specific.
Or do we want to do it the other way, that we would like to recommend that there's a negative unless they can satisfy these? Either way, I think we're getting to the same end game. We're asking the town board to take a look at things that we have heard from the neighbors regarding their concerns about the subdivision on this.
I think the loud message.
Or the rezoning, I'm sorry. Rezoning of this property. The loudness?
I think the loud message heard from the neighbors is that this is such a change in the character of the neighborhood.
This isn't the first time they've been here, these neighbors. The last time we had the same situation, remember?
Yep. And the other
So-
thing that I would like the town board to look at is the separation of the utilities
That's
for
a
the
gimme.
rezoning.
That's a gimme.
So, and back to my original question, do we want to do it as a negative declaration or as a positive?
Negative recommendation.
Negative recommendation until they answer these questions, or a positive declaration with these questions of concern that we would like them answered?
Making a positive recommendation in connection with the application is not in any way an approval. It would allow the project to proceed and for it to be investigated further. Making a negative recommendation would require them to reconfigure the project. They could come back with something else slightly different and we'd be here again. So if there's traffic issues, there's compatibility with, neighboring use issues, that should really be studied and investigated. And a recommendation on this project in a positive way is not an approval in any way. So that's why I'd recommend, if you are inclined to move that way, that you have very specific findings and you tie it to very specific outcomes that you'd like the town board to reach if this were to be a tolerable project for the community.
All right, should I take the direction on this? I think that Rob, your suggestion, I think on all of these issues, that the safety, the compatibility, the changing of the character of the neighborhood, the traffic study, the separation of utilities, and the other few items that we do have, that we put questions out based on the testimony that we heard from the neighbors, we have the town board go ahead and derive answers for those questions before they do a recommendation, or provide as many answers as they can to the neighbors and to themselves before they go ahead and make a decision. If that sounds like a reasonable.
That is, and I would just, again, I would tie any particular request that you have to very specific outcomes. So with respect to traffic, for example, if you were going to move that direction, you should say that a satisfactory traffic study is prepared and presented to the town, subject to town engineer review and approval, finding that the existing loads on the infrastructure, road infrastructure in the area is sufficient to handle this project.
Okay. I'm writing, so. The safety issue, do you want to flesh that out just a little bit for me?
Just the concern with the traffic flow, crossing guards, just make sure there's a traffic study taken care of, what the increase of level of cars on the roads. What, maybe the signage that's inside the parking lot to direct where the cars are supposed to park and the flow of traffic.
I don't entirely know how a traffic study is performed at its core.
Yeah.
But would they look at it on a school day? I mean, that's peak flow, right?
I'm going to let.
Typically, there's a wide range of how they're typically conducted, but usually at a base level, you do AM peak travel time, data counts, traffic counts at the main roadways and nearby intersection for an existing site. And you would also do that in the peak hour as well. And those can be things that are determined based on either this board or town staff's direction, and it really is based on project by project. In this instance, we might indicate that the peak travel times or the traffic data or traffic counts be collected at the time that allows or counts for school time as well. So you can customize it to meet the site-specific concerns.
Right. We're into summer vacation.
Right.
So, I'd like to see it not done at 8 a.m. on a Wednesday during summer vacation is what I'm getting at here.
Sure. The other thing too is that because certainly there may be some historic data that's available that would be applicable, and there's guidance that traffic engineers and traffic studies typically go to in terms of how far back data can be used and still be accurate and useful. St. Paul Boulevard's a Monroe County roadway, so they typically update their traffic counts pretty regularly. The fact that that roadway was recently the subject of a restriping plan means that there's probably some more recent data with respect to traffic flows through the area, and they may have even done some study of some of the major intersections. So it's something that the traffic study can be customized to address those issues.
Well, right now there are no kids coming and going. The school doesn't exist.
You're talking about the vacant school building that's, so
What's the study?
So
the study is that we're going to add anywhere between 27 and 54 schools.
Colebrook and Iroquois is up there, that's what these are.
The other
schools in that neighborhood.
School there.
Right, so the other issue is that from a comparative of past occupancy, there are national standards for trip generation based on the occupancy of a building and its size and what it's being used for. So, on a given parcel, if you have 10,000 square feet and it's occupied as a warehouse, that's going to be one trip generator and this is all data there's standards for engineering and how they analyze and have to report the data. So
it's not someone just sitting out there and counting then.
Correct. So they'd be doing some, they'd be doing analysis based on the occupancy, the size of the building, and they could do past occupancy and proposed as well. So there is a science to it, and as the planner in the room, I'm definitely oversimplifying it right now, and apologies to any traffic engineers who may be watching this or in the audience right now, but there is a standard and there's a accepted practice as far as engineers go and how this is prepared. So they would be meeting those standards.
Okay, thanks.
I think too.
And certainly our town engineer would review it to make sure that it was done and that the study is reasonable and accurate.
I think too, speaking about the previous use of the building, which was a school, and it's been vacant for a number of years, it's likely that the trips generated for the school when it was a school building before, are probably much higher than they would ever be for an apartment building. So, I mean, that's worth considering too, that yes, the apartment building is going to generate more trips than the vacant building, but will the apartment building really generate more trips than when the building was a school?
Right, which goes back to number 8 on the seeker form, right, that was brought up. You know, will the proposed action result in a substantial increase in traffic above present levels? Present levels was the last use of the building, if I'm not mistaken.
So the question that was being referred to is actually on the seeker document, so that's part 1 that the applicant prepares as part of their application. In doing the coordinated seeker review, the town, presumably, if lead agency is granted, the town board would be the lead agency, and the town's responsibility would be to prepare part 2 and part 3 of the AF. And so the information that is presented through the applicant is then vetted and reviewed, and analysis is, and review of that information, part 2 and part 3 responds to that to determine whether or not the information that was presented in the part 1, if it's accurate, to what extent, and so that's where you start to look at the studies and to document what the potential impacts might be for a project like this. And so that would be something that gets handled through the seeker process, and we'd be looking at these questions from an environmental impact standpoint, whether or not they were being looked at by this board.
Great. So far we've flushed out the traffic study. I guess I'm going to turn to Rob, unless somebody else wants to hop in here. When we talked about, I'm going to include your safety issue into the traffic study. It sounds like that's where you were going with it. The change of character to the neighborhood is...
So you could say that the recommendation you'd be giving is subject to the town board finding that the proposed project is consistent with the character of the neighborhood.
Okay. Separation of utilities, just ensuring that they...
Yeah.
All right, that's pretty straightforward. That there's either an agreement, and I have on the...
and then my prior comment about the character of the neighborhood, why don't you say proposed project and rezoning?
Okay. Compatibility with the neighborhood, is that basically
That's
the
the character, yep.
The shared parking that accommodates the residents of the apartment complex without interfering with the residents
Yeah,
of the
I
neighborhood.
would say that the town board should make a finding that there's either sufficient parking on site or that shared parking arrangements are sufficient to handle any parking demand generated by the site.
Okay.
So either on site or there's reasonable off-site parking available.
Great. Anybody else have anything else that they want to add into this mix?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, did you also have look into the driveway pertaining to the egress and ingress?
Yes.
Yep, we did.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to make
Give
sure.
any language on that one?
Make sure it's
Changing it
adequate.
from a one-way driveway to a two-way driveway.
Yeah, and the town board makes a finding that there's appropriate traffic circulation on site. And entering and exiting the site.
Great. Super. So I guess we're back to, if the town board can adequately answer all of these questions, do we want to do a positive referral to them? In no way does a positive referral refer to our stance on this, where they want to go. It just means that we want them to get these answers before they can do something.
So the way I'm hearing what Rob said is that if we offer a positive referral with these conditions, questions, we're saying we think it's positive unless you can tell us any of these are not adequate.
You, in making that motion, you would be saying that this board is recommending the rezoning subject to them studying these issues and finding that there's appropriate answers to address your concerns.
Okay.
This would not necessarily be, obviously it's not binding on the town board, and it's not an indication of whether or not you would grant subdivision approval and/or preliminary final site plan approval in connection with your underlying approvals. Because there's still a process that you can go through to vet site-specific issues. You can ask for modifications, as we would do with any application.
Rob, this is the preferred method?
It's totally at the board's discretion. If you want to issue a positive recommendation, I would suggest it's tied to these findings. If you want to do something else, you can do that too.
So
it's not that it's a preferred method, it's at your discretion.
Sure. So if we offer a negative referral, I just want to make sure, we're getting what we want out of this, right? So positive, we're saying we think that the rezoning should go forward as long as there's adequate information on these 5 or 6 things. If we offer a negative recommendation, what is that? What's the outcome of that? Is that they have to come back with a different plan? Is that, well, the town board sees this plan, realizes we said negative, and unless they can check all these boxes.
Yeah, so if it were to go to the town board and this board issued a negative recommendation on the rezoning, it's within the town board's discretion to approve or deny on that basis. But it makes it more difficult for this board to tuck in any specific findings or requests that you'd like to make, because if you make a negative recommendation, it would be counterintuitive to tie conditions to that you want investigated.
Right. Okay, so positive, we have another shot.
It gives you a hook to allow your issues to be investigated and addressed. Okay. But that being said, if the board's concerned about it, it's certainly your prerogative to do something different.
Okay, yeah, I understand that.
And even if we went forward with the positive recommendation and the town board sees that, these folks still have to come back before us.
Correct.
Right. So we still have the hammer.
Correct, with respect to making the determination to divide out the lot, the .95 or .6 acres, and then you also have the final say on the site plan itself and the layout of any parking, shared parking, things like that.
So making the positive referral gives us the most leverage.
It gives you leverage with respect to the rezoning and asking for certain questions to be answered. You could say we recommend denial of the rezoning, and then the town board, in its discretion, can consider whether or not to approve or deny the rezoning, but they may or may not look into some of these issues that you've raised.
So with that information, do we have at least somewhat of consensus here? Brad?
Yes, I think that it sounds like we get the most leverage with the positive referral.
Okay. Mary?
Yes.
Okay. Michael? I mean, this is a straw on this.
I'm looking negative.
Okay. Michael?
I'll go yes, since we get another chance.
Abstentions? Pardon? Okay.
I'm going to go with positive because I want to hear their answers to those questions. That's the basis of that. I want to hear the answers to those.
I would like the answers also, and I would like to side with that. I can go ahead and read my gibberish here that I hopefully got the questions, and I know that Rob will help me, as he has so far tonight, in making sure that we have these done. But for the town board referral, upon the matter requested by Thornton Engineering, acting as agents for Capstone Real Estate Development LLC for a rezoning application to rezone a parcel of land located at 4530 St. Paul Boulevard, aka 41 Colbrook Drive, tax account number 061.11-01-04 from R1 to residential to R5 residential. This board is making a positive referral, subject to findings of a reputable traffic study that will be studied and reviewed and approved by the town engineer, so it is adequate to the roads. Ensuring that there is sufficient parking to accommodate the residents, and either on-site or off-site with minimal to no impact on the neighborhood. Subject to town board change of character consistent proposal.
So that should read, subject to the town board making a finding that the proposed rezoning will not negatively impact on the character of the neighborhood.
Great, thank you. Everybody got that one? Ensuring that the property has separate and proper utilities. And the town board finding for appropriate circulation of traffic for exiting and entrance to the property. And that would be the motion that we would be making. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
One, me.
Great. And abstention?
Abstain.
Thank you. And I believe that takes care of us on that issue for this evening.
Motion to close.
I've got just two sets of minutes that I think if we would have.
Excuse me, there's an active town board meeting going on right now. Please excuse yourselves.
I would just like to do the minutes, if I can go ahead and do that. We've got two sets of minutes before us that I know Michelle has spent a great deal of time making sure that we were informed. And has everybody had a chance to take a look at them?
Yes.
I'll admit I have not, so go forth and conquer, but I'm going to abstain.
I would, right before me is the April 24th meeting. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes as they are?
Motion to approve the April 14th minutes as submitted.
By Mr. Huber.
Second.
Anybody?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Yes.
Super. Then I have the May 22nd minutes in front of me. Do I have a motion to go ahead and approve those minutes?
I wasn't here, so I can't.
I'll make the motion.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
I abstained too.
Abstain?
I wasn't here.
Okay. Great. I don't know that we have any other business this evening to address.
Motion to close the meeting?
Second.
Thank you, everyone, very much.
I locked out.
Sorry, Mary.